We've got a lot on the agenda, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. This is the February 26th Portland Planning and Sustainability Commission meeting. On the agenda today, we have items of interest from commissioners, followed by the director's report. On the consent agenda is consideration of the minutes from our February 12th meeting. That will be followed by a work session and recommendation on the bike parking code. And then that will be followed by the residential infill project revised proposed draft work session. And we will adjourn at 8 p.m. So, items of interest. Okay, director's report. Joe?
Yes, I have two items today. One is about we're starting up a new process for the West Portland Town Center plan. And of course, we're starting an advisory group with that. So we're wanted an extended invitation to PSC members if there's anyone interested. And we'll follow this up with an email, but I just wanted to give you an introduction to it tonight. It's a follow-up on the group that Chris was part of when we did the Barber concept plan back in the day. Now we've been funded to do sort of a transit area plan for the West Portland Town Center, increase density, urban design, integrate the rail, and build it into our equitable housing, equitable development project. It looks like it's a group will start meeting in April and is expected to meet every other month for about 16 months for a year. There would also be educational and project events that the members of the advisory group would be invited to participate in. A statement of interest to apply to the advisory group will be released at the end of this week. And so we will send that out to PSC members, but if anybody knows already that they're interested in taking on this particular project, let us know. Okay. The second thing I wanted to mention tonight is that we're in the part of the budget process where we're almost done adding new potential projects based on proposals from other city commissioner offices, but we're going to add two proposals for additional funding and put them into the budget process, whether or not they'll be funded. One is for the Bureau to undertake additional work related to code changes to remove barriers to shelter and sort of other very low income housing projects. In part, it's the response to the housing emergency extension that the city council just passed. So that would be one, and the mayor's office is asking us to prepare that proposal. The second is a request that's coming from Commissioner Udaley's office for the Bureau to undertake coordination and of the city's implementation of their anti-displacement policies. In the comp plan is really where the first big statement of that collective group of policies was made. You're going to hear tonight from housing and others. The city has many programs and sort of ways of doing that. There's a desire to sort of track it, coordinate it, see if we're making results. There's a further desire to take it into more than just a set of policy statements and program to maybe a focused action plan around anti-displacement activities. So we're going to be preparing a decision package, a budget request to add funding to the Bureau and some staff to be able to do that. We won't know if those get funded till May. This is down the road, but I wanted to let you know, in addition to the other things that we were building into our work program, we're trying to add those too.
Do you have another announcement?
That's it.
Oh, come on.
Oh, we have a new director?
That's a very important piece,
yes.
I think, to announce.
Yes. You know, I am in.
We're here to help each other.
I'm just, I just in this. So you all should have gotten the announcement. It was last Friday that the mayor's office announced that our new director is going to be Andrea Durbin. Andrea today runs the Oregon Environmental Council. And so Andrea, in that role, is been active in climate action and a lot of the work that we do for a long time, and active in the organizations and the politics and connections of how that work is done in the state of Oregon and nationally. Both of those, all of that is great for the BPS. So we're looking forward to her getting here. Her start date's in mid-April. I think in part that's driven by the need to get through this legislative session in Salem. And over that period, we're going to be meeting with her to start to get her up to speed, but the full-on participation won't start until April.
Great, thank you. On the consent agenda, we have consideration of the minutes from February 12th and go ahead.
Move adoption.
Second. But just before we vote, I will abstain since I was not a part of that meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Okay, next on the agenda is the bike parking code work session. Apparently, I'm not going to be able to speak very clearly tonight.
All right, good afternoon. So we are here with our work session number 2 for the bicycle parking code update. Let's just get ourselves all situated. Papers. I just move it along.
Do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, yeah. My name is Sarah Figliozzi. I'm with Portland Bureau of Transportation in our active transportation section.
And I'm Liz Horman with the Portland Bureau of Transportation.
Thank you.
Feeling so comfortable. Hello again. All right, so we have 3 items on the agenda today. First, looking at the consent agenda we'd like to vote on. There's 6 items there. This one you received on Friday, and there's no change. The second element is the staff amendment matrix, which you do have in front of you. It's been updated. Just we've got 10 items, and just a note that there was a small change, again reflected in your document, related to a code reference fix.
Okay. Do we have one more copy of the worksheet? I don't seem to have gotten a set.
Oh,
So which one? The major one?
Today's updated one. Yeah.
There's right there.
Yeah.
It-
I do now. Thank you.
And
I would move the consent agendas.
just real quick though, before you do that, thank you though. Sarah,
Yes.
you said you've had one change on the staff's amendments since what was sent around.
since that was sent around.
And
But
can you
the
just-
one that you have in front of you
What
is updated.
changed?
And-
Did you
Number 10. The
number 10?
There was a typo in the proposed
Just
draft.
in the number.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Now go ahead. Go for it, Eli.
I'd move the staff proposed amendments by consent and also the consent agenda that was emailed out on Friday. If we need to, I guess I could go through and I'll move those to be passed by consent.
Second.
Any discussion? No? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Those were moved.
You need an
So
actual vote
moved.
on that cut.
Huh?
Julie wants to call the roll.
Yeah, I have to officially call the roll. Okay.
Sorry.
All good.
Look, and Jeff's gonna get mad at me because I'm
Okay.
gonna call him first.
Julie,
He's
could you
just
please
sitting
call the
down.
roll?
Back rag. He doesn't know what he's voting on.
I'm sorry, what was the question? Aye.
Baugh,
Yes.
Hauk,
Yes.
Larcel, Quinones, Smith,
Yes.
Evac,
Yes.
St. Martin, Schultz.
Yes. Thanks for keeping us
Thank you.
legal, Julie. So out of curiosity, fellow commissioners, since I was not here on our last meeting, on the items that you voted, are they officially voted on? Or do we need to, they're done and voted? Okay, just wanted to make sure I'm seeing the notes that we don't have to recall anything there. Okay, so
On that note, one of the items that you have in front of you is just really quickly, is the amendment status worksheet. So we have a little bit, so let me sort of follow along a little bit. Moving on to staff amendments. So 10 items there.
We just adopted that. So
You did both of them
Yep.
together. Okay. All right.
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm following along now. Okay.
Okay.
So the last part of the agenda is to jump into the PSC amendments and the worksheet. And we have 13 items that we'd like to go through. We just want to call it, 2 of them that we had been working on previously, February 12th, have been removed by Commissioner Smith. So that was number 16 and number 20. So I'm going to hand it over to Liz, and we've clumped the issues related to in-unit standards and bike parking, and we're going to talk about those together.
Great. So yeah, Sarah said we want to start the discussion today on in-unit bicycle parking. There are 5 amendments that are related to the in-unit bicycle parking, and really, again, all of those amendments, including some that PSC have already voted on, are very interrelated, and some of them kind of build off each other. So staff's recommendation, if it works for the commission, we want to frame holistically those 5 amendments and sort of the scenarios around it, then walk through each of the amendments, and then again, if the commission is amenable, hold off on voting for each of those amendments until we've been able to walk through them all, and then we can do that vote before moving on to the next amendments. But we can see how it flows, and please feel free to stop me when we do it.
Yeah, so I'm working off what I printed at home and brought with me with notes and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
That should be the same as what you handed out today.
Yes, the only difference is actually an amendment later on when we're talking about schools. So we'll flag that difference for you. But yes,
Okay.
all of this should be
Number
the same.
10 has a small change too, right?
But that was reflected in what was sent to you on Friday.
Alcove got in there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So again, I want to kind of step back and attempt to frame the in-unit amendments holistically and this matrix, which is up here, but I also have printed off a copy for you guys to hopefully try to follow along to frame sort of the various scenarios related to in-unit bicycle parking. But first, I want to go through the decisions that you guys have already made. So first, you voted on when bicycle parking is required. This was topic 14. You created a threshold for when long-term and short-term bicycle parking are required. And this is represented in those first 2 columns. So again, sort of the number of units, and then if long-term is required, short-term is required. Second, you guys voted on a threshold for when 100% of bicycle parking can be within a unit. So this was topic 11. And you guys voted that and said for where sites have 5 to 12 units, then 100% of the bicycle parking can be in unit. And again, this percentage of allowed in unit is represented in that 3rd column when it was appropriate. Thirdly, you guys discussed at the last work session and voted on design standards for bicycle parking for in unit. This was topic 10. This is something that staff's going to revisit here in a couple of minutes, but again, that there was discussion around putting design standards on in-unit bicycle parking. This is not necessarily reflected in this matrix at this time, but again, as a key component. So then the remaining pieces that the PSC have proposed and that we'll be discussing today are first, accessibility standards for small sites with no elevators. That's topic 25. Second, for larger developments, that's 13 or more units, discussing the percentage of allowable in-unit bicycle parking, which is topic number 13. And then also related to these larger sites are whether there's a different percentage for market rate and affordable housing. So that's topic number 12. So that's sort of just laying that all out. What does that mean for the matrix and the possible scenarios? Well, the first row, for any site that has 4 or fewer units, no long-term bicycle parking is required, no short-term bicycle parking is required. Therefore, the in-unit standards don't apply. For this second row, again, you guys have said that long-term and short-term bicycle parking apply, and then there are 2 potential scenarios for this accessibility of buildings with or without an elevator. So under scenario 1, you've said that 100% of bicycle parking can be within the unit, and then if that building is designed without an elevator, then bicycle parking cannot be provided in the upper floors. So because that would require that a tenant has to carry their bicycle up a flight or several flights of stairs. And therefore, bicycle parking would be required to be in the units on the ground floor or within a bike room on the ground floor. Scenario 2, which is related to amendment that, again, we'll pull apart in a bit, that's coming from Commissioner Bachrach, is that 100% of the required bicycle parking can be within the unit. And then if that building is designed without an elevator, bicycle parking can be provided on the ground floor or the floor directly above the ground floor. So essentially, allowing for required bicycle parking to carry that bike up one flight of stairs to reach that required bicycle parking. So those are the two scenarios for these small sites. So stepping to that third row to address our larger sites, the 13 or more units, both long-term and short-term bicycle parking is required. And then we have scenarios for market rate and scenarios for affordable housing. So first, under market rate, scenario 1, this is what's in the proposed draft. We say staff had proposed up to 20% of required bicycle parking can be within the unit. Standards for in-unit would apply to this. Again, we'll discuss what those standards are. And then for buildings with no elevators, bicycle parking cannot be provided in the upper floors. So bicycle parking for those 20% unit would need to be in those units on the ground floor or in a ground floor bicycle parking room. Only if there's no elevator for this building. So scenario 2, which is related to amendments put forth by Commissioner Bordolazzo, would allow up to 50% of required bicycle parking to be within the unit for these larger projects, must meet the in-unit standards, and again, this no elevator applies. So then moving to the affordable housing scenarios, just briefly, one of the affordable housing scenarios that we had in the proposed draft that was addressing small sites is actually addressed through an already adopted amendment that you guys have done for those 5 to 12 units on site that says 100% can be in units. So that has essentially matched the market rate and the affordable housing scenarios. However, for these larger buildings, scenario 1 would allow up to 50% of required bicycle parking to be in unit, and again, must meet the in-unit standards. And then if a building with no elevator, then the bicycle parking would need to be on the ground floor. Scenario 2, which again is an amendment that's been put forth by Commissioner Bordolazzo and Commissioner Smith, is to simply match whatever you guys decide for the market rate scenario, to match that to the affordable housing scenario. So clear as mud right there, but that's sort of all of the pieces that we want to go through and talk about. And just briefly, staff again want to point out that as this discussion shows, that sort of providing this flexibility in implementation, whether it be standards for small sites, in-unit standards, standards for elevators and non-elevators, really is in direct contrast to code complexity issues and review time and BDS planner review time. So we just wanted to bring that forward again. I know we've mentioned it a few times, but that really is kind of a theme that we're seeing with this set of amendments moving forward. So any questions about framing before we then just dive into these individual amendments?
Could you just repeat what you last said, please, just to make sure I understood?
Yeah. So, as we're looking to provide flexibility in the implementation of, we'll allow more in-unit bicycle parking if we have these design standards, or we want to create flexibility on small sites by saying, if there's no elevator, they can carry up one flight of stairs, and even creating these different, in-unit scenarios for small sites and larger sites. It's continually to add to the standards that our BDS planners have to review, as well as the applicants have to follow. And so we just, again, want to be conscious of, as we're building these out, we're not taking them each individually and looking at what that impact is on code complexity as a whole and the review time that it takes for permits coming through.
I'll just add a comment that I did remove a couple of things, at least one of them, because there's a clear path to put it in the bike parking manual, right? We have tools beyond the code. The manual documents best practices, and looking at the code complexity it would create to get the idea across versus putting it in the manual, it seemed like a better trade-off to put it in the manual. So we do have multiple tools here.
Great. So as I mentioned earlier, we had, you guys voted on topic 10 back on February 12th to add design standards to in-unit bicycle parking. Staff just wanted to revisit this because we were concerned that the code language that was voted on didn't completely match the intent of what option 1 said and the discussion that PSC was having around option 1. So staff's understanding from that discussion in the vote was that PSC supported adding design standards for in-unit bicycle parking that included a bicycle parking area that must be in a dedicated space near the front door. However, the language as it was originally proposed and voted on stated that bicycle parking must be provided in a room or a closet of a dwelling unit that includes a rack and meets the spacing standards for bicycle parking, which the wording of using a room could result in bicycle parking space being provided in a bedroom or other living area that was still within 15 feet of the front door. So just like imagine this scale is 15 feet. You could get in a scenario where this bedroom bicycle parking is within 15 feet of the front door. It's technically in a room, therefore it would meet what the language was. However, the understanding was that PSC wanted something closer to this, what's on the right here, that has, a dedicated space, an alcove, or a closet that wasn't just a hook in a room for bicycle parking. So therefore, with the PSC officer's consent, staff have put together a revised draft code language that removes the word room and instead says bicycle parking is located in a closet or an alcove, which we think would better match the intent of what we heard from PSC members. And so because this was a change, we wanted to bring it back for discussion and potentially a final vote. And then staff just want to briefly reiterate that throughout the code update process, we've heard from users and property managers about the challenges of in-unit bicycle parking. And that's for these reasons that the majority of other cities throughout the U.S. don't allow required bicycle parking to be provided within the unit. And so while we support this intent of creating standards and creating usable in-unit bicycle parking, we don't want this to, totally distract from PBOT's position that the required bicycle parking should not be in a residential unit. That there are accessibility concerns still and usability concerns, but mostly that the amount of required long-term bicycle parking was an aggregate for the building. So there wasn't an expectation that each unit had 1.5 or 1.1 bicycles, and that the disaggregation of that bicycle parking into the private space of the dwelling unit, as opposed to a common bike room or multiple common bike rooms on various floors, results in overall less bicycle parking for that apartment. So just wanted to kind of reiterate that to bring it back to that discussion. And again, any questions on this discussion?
Go ahead, Eli.
On that drawing, if you go back to one slide for drawing, on the right side, would the backup area of the bike have to be in the closet too, or that whether there's a door or not could extend into the hallway?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Daisy, and then, no, I'm sorry, Chris?
So I'll talk about the big picture, then I'll talk about the specific. I started this process very much in the camp of what came out of the bicycle master plan, which is that the Portland's in-unit allowance was an aberration, that bikes should be in bike rooms, and that's where people prefer it. I think my gut is still that position, but I did hear both in our hearing and in talking with community members, some people who are not happy with bike room security may prefer to have it in the unit. So I think as we're kind of marching down this path, which I can see that we're going to allow a substantial portion in unit, I think we are either helping create a new model of bike parking that may be adopted in other places, and I'd like to think we're being innovative, or we're making a mistake. And I honestly don't know which we're doing, but I see where the political consensus is. And I would not want to derail this package by insisting on bike room parking. So I'm going to be relatively open to the in-unit model, but only if we have that clear intent that we're not putting it in a bedroom or living room. So I'm very much in favor of the alcove or closet language And I will move option 1 as a substitute to the version of option 1 we adopted last meeting.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion? I just have a question. Did you guys discuss in the last meeting the first bullet point about being located within 15 feet of the entrance?
We did not get deep into that, I don't think.
Okay. And I guess so for whatever it's worth, I'm supportive of this. Generally, I think I'm supportive of the 15 feet of the entrance, but would love to just hear a little bit more thought of, okay, if that closet, if it is an alcove and a closet, it's a dedicated area for the bike, and it's a little bit further than 15 feet from the entrance, what are we worried about? What are we trying to solve with that first bullet point?
It's really the we're seeing the bicycle parking being provided in the far corner of that unit. So say you're a daily bike commuter, you're coming in. Today's a beautiful day, but say the other day when it was pouring rain, and you have to wheel your bike all the way through your apartment, through the living room, through all of that to get to that alcove. And so it's really providing that convenience of it being by the front door, but also minimizing the impact on your living area.
Okay. Jeff?
I don't know if you were going there, Chair, but I would support getting rid of the 15 feet. These are generally, your illustrations are 2-bedroom apartments, which are, of course, the minority. The majority of apartments in the city are studios and 1-bedrooms. You simply are not going to be that far from a front door. And if it's the only practical design that works for a smaller unit to be 20 feet from the front door, I wouldn't want to prohibit the designer's ability to kind of fit it where it fits. So I guess the procedure would be to ask Chris if he'd consider a friendly amendment to delete the 15-foot requirement.
And I would oppose that amendment,
Okay.
so it's not
Big-
friendly.
Okay, thank you.
Can we go back to the image real quick of the units? So, Jeff, for what it's worth, yes, I'm a little bit concerned about having some flexibility in design solution options. Where my head kind of is, I think, we're typically seeing these units being about 30 feet in depth. So it's getting you about halfway through the unit. You're most likely going to have a bedroom and a living room. Your more living occupied areas up against that window, which is going to be about 10 to 12 feet. So I think it's going to kind of probably take care of itself without getting into the minutia of that 15 feet. I don't think the bullet point's necessary because I don't think anybody's going to, I don't think a wise design move would be to put that closer to the windows. So I guess my consternations are just a little bit more like it's code language, in my opinion, that doesn't need to be there. But I'm not going to necessarily fight over it. It's just extra language in the code. Any other deliberations, comments, questions on this particular motion? Yes, Daisy.
Could you talk more about your concern of the enforceability of this piece?
In terms of the enforceability or the complexity? Which both.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's holistically with all of this, the more detail. This is requiring more detail on plans. It's requiring that time to review it on plans, which again, just the more that adds up, the more we might not see that come through at the end. And so there's just a general sense, I think, with all of this chapter on sort of what can be checked after the fact. I think the biggest piece is really that code complexity and that amount of time it takes for an applicant to provide this information, but also the amount of time it takes for our BDS planning and zoning staff and other staff to actually review based on these standards. So that's the code complexity is the primary concern.
I'm trying to bite my tongue, but I'm not. I'm going to have to just put it out there that I think there's other ways to streamline the code than to worry about this particular code complexity, and I'd love to sit down with BDS staff and talk to them about that. So I'll leave it at that. Any other comments, questions? Eli.
I think this is aligned with Vancouver, BC does some of the similar stuff near the door for family housing. where the stroller goes or other things you need going in and out of the unit. So I support being close to the door because at one point in life it might be a bike, another point in life it might be something else that's unwieldy.
Okay, any other questions? If not, let's go ahead and take the roll.
Okay. Backrack.
No.
Law.
Yes.
Hauk.
Yes.
Larcel. Yes. Quinones.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Spivak.
Yes.
St. Martin. Schultz.
Yes, so that's 7-1, that passes.
I got 8-1.
That's 8-1, that passes. Thank you. I just told Chris earlier today that he's a much quicker, faster counter than I am. He's borne that out.
So the next topic is topic 25. Sorry, we're going to be jumping around a little bit on the numbers, but topic 25 on your sheet. And this amendment comes from Commissioner Backrack, has proposed an amendment for small sites. So again, those are sites with 12 units or under. And again, realistically, we're looking at 12 units to 5 units. That if a building has no elevator, then the bicycle parking can be on the ground floor or on the floor directly above that. So again, as I said earlier, would say you could, to reach that required bicycle parking, somebody would carry their bike up a flight of stairs. PBOT and BPS staff do not support this amendment. A key component to this code update project was around usability and accessibility of bicycle parking for all people and all types of bikes. And the comprehensive plan also outlined that in establishing standards for long-term bicycle parking, that we consider the needs for persons of different abilities, and therefore to require that somebody must carry a bike up a flight of stairs to reach the required bicycle parking falls very short of that policy goal. So staff does not support this amendment.
Go ahead, Mike.
Just a comment. I did recently buy an e-bike, and in my later years, I find I'm less able to lift as much as I used to, and that, just imagining walking up the stairs with the one I have, which is over 50 pounds, seems highly problematic to me, just as one practical observation. In fact, if we hadn't renovated our garage into a shed, I probably wouldn't have bought the bike in the first place, because there's no way I could get it in and out of the basement.
Jeff, this is
I'm going to go ahead and withdraw this in the face of the obvious opposition, but I would note, Mike, that's good. You have a garage / shed that you can use as a way to accommodate it. So later on, when we're talking about garages and sheds, I know you'll appreciate the importance of garages and sheds. But I'll go ahead and withdraw this. I would just point out the genesis was, and one of the reasons we lowered slightly the standards for 5 to 12 unit housing projects was recognizing there's less ability for a smaller housing project like that to accommodate added costs, added problems, added complexities. And so that's why we tried to make it a little bit easier to accommodate smaller housing units. Everything we do, like this regulation, just adds a little bit of regulation, a little bit of costs. And for smaller housing units, I wouldn't trying to avoid having that the break point. So that was the genesis of it. I understand the commission's reaction to things like this, that you want absolute accessibility and support that policy. And so there's really no point in continuing the discussion. So I withdraw this requested amendment.
Okay, thank you. So the next one is topic 13. This is from Commissioner Bortolazzo, and an amendment that would allow up to 50% of the required long-term bicycle parking to be provided within the residential units. So again, this would be applying to those developments of 13 or more. As a quick reminder, what we have in the proposed draft is that up to 20% can be provided within the dwelling unit.
Okay, any questions? Does anybody want to move this for Commissioner Bortolazzo?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, you can, of course.
So why does he want to increase it?
don't want to completely speak for him, but that this would just allow more flexibility, so that developers can put more within the unit as opposed to using space outside the unit for the bicycle parking. So same amount of space for bicycle parking, it's just whether that space is within the unit or outside of the unit.
Well, I think there's another motivation, which is that the motion that Ben and I both made independently, but we came to the same place, was to make the percentages for affordable and market the same. So in the proposed code, affordable housing was a 50% ratio. If we don't raise the market percentage, then we have that mismatch, which item 12 attempts to get rid of. So we'd have to, if we pick a lower number, we'd have to move affordable down to match where we landed at market. So, as I said before, I think this is an experiment. I'm hoping that just the challenges of providing space in the unit will cause some developers to favor the bike room model. We're going to see a dynamic tension between carving the square footage out of the unit versus carving it out of a bike room. I'm willing to see how that plays out, and if we have to amend this in a few years based on what we learn, I'm okay with that. So I'm signing up for the experiment, and I will move this on Ben's behalf.
Do you have a second? Okay, second, so be it. I would just kind of add to that. To me, it's just about choice, and it's about providing more choice, just like we're providing choices in other areas, such as RIP, right? It's some people prefer the unit solution, some people prefer the bike room solution. This is just providing more opportunity for choice for people. So that's kind of why I'm in favor of this one. Any other further discussion? If not, Jeff, were you moving in to say something?
No, I just
You're just
anticipating
ready to vote.
Julie.
Are you ready to vote?
Okay,
Not going to modify.
Oh, go ahead, Eli.
I have a question to understand the code. So we have, in many of these zones, it's 1.5 spaces per unit. How many can you put in a unit? Like, can you choose between 1 or 2 in the unit, and then the rest for the development are in bike storage room or rooms?
Isn't it up to 50% of the count? So if you have 200 units and it's 1.5.
Do you have one unit that has 4 bike spaces in it?
It is feasible
Yes.
per code.
Yep.
What?
Yes.
You
Code
could.
is silent on that. Yeah.
It's silent. Okay.
So we'll have apartments built for people who own 5 bicycles, right? There are a few of us out there.
Okay. Any other questions? Julie, let's go ahead and call the roll.
All right. Backrack,
Yes.
Law,
Yes.
Hauk,
No.
Larcel. Yes. Quinones,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Spivak.
Yes.
St. Martin. Yes. Schultz.
Yes. Passes 8-1. Did I count right?
So.
Okay. We're getting there.
So again, sort of based on that vote, this one probably
Should be easy.
should
right?
be easy. So this is to remove exemptions for the affordable housing developments. Again, we've already done that last time by putting in that threshold for smaller developments. You guys just put in a 50% allowable in unit for these larger developments, which is what our second affordable housing exemption had been. So
I'll move this on behalf of Ben and myself.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I just can't help myself, but it seems like we're doing something to make the code easier, so I think that's a good thing. Sorry. Any other questions or comments from the peanut gallery? No. Okay, Julie, you want to call the roll on this one?
Backrack,
Yes.
Law,
Yes.
Hauk,
Yes.
Larcel, Quinones,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Spivak. St. Martin. Yes. Schultz.
Yes. 9-0. That passes.
Okay.
now I'm going to let Sarah talk.
All right, so we're topic 6, parks and open areas. So Commissioner Spivak has changed his amendment to introduce a short-term minimum of 2 spaces, that's 1 rack, for parks and open areas, and then to add or pursue review. So for stuff PBOT staff are very appreciative of Commissioner Spivak's edit, which does reflect feedback that we received from the Parks Bureau. Particularly in that the original proposed draft language was set a minimum standard per acre across the board, really didn't reflect the variety of different types of parks and the visitor rates and the sizes. We do have an option 2 that PBOT have provided at the preference of the Parks Bureau, which just says per CU review. And then there is a concern from the Parks Bureau that in some cases, one rack may not be appropriate, but also mostly coming from the opinion that they haven't had enough time to vet this through their staff and leadership. I just want to also add that for PBOT, we are committed, again, this is a bureau-to-bureau conversation, so we are committed to be working with the Parks Bureau to develop minimum standards that make sense for the very different types of parks, sizes, and so forth, that can be used for their planners, and then especially for BDS reviewers as they're taking a look at what should be required. And then further, PBOT is committed to looking at do we have inadequacies in terms of the amount of bike parking at existing parks? And we will help support in terms of, again, making sure that we can add additional racks, whether that's in the parks or if it makes more sense sometimes in the public right-of-way. And then finally, I would say that Parks has demonstrated a commitment to supporting parks visitors who bike at new parks. And so we've seen a number of examples where there are new parks where they really are adding a lot of bike parking. We can give you some examples. So we're confident in that we can work with the two bureaus together as we work that through.
So I will move this option 1 amendment here so that any new park will have to have 2 spaces or conditional use process. I understand that they almost always go through conditional use process for new parks. And in our letter that goes with this code update to recommend that staff come up with an interagency agreement so that they have predictability when they go into a CU review of how many spaces will be required so they're not guessing at it.
Second.
Can we discuss that?
Absolutely.
So, actually, I was going with you, the second part, in terms of option 2 being part of a IGA or MOU between the two bureaus as a recommendation coming out of us to essentially do the same thing without the requirement. It seems the bureaus are willing to cooperate, as I understand it at least, and to recommend, within 6 months you come up with a MOU, IGA, whatever you want to call it, they come up, you guys create your own standard, and maybe that comes back through us for a look-see, but from that standpoint.
Yeah, and it either would be a separate document or the other element is just being able to provide sort of general adjustment evaluation criteria, which would be necessary for even BDS planners as well as PBOT development review to be able to have some sort of methodology for how we evaluate any adjustment down on bike parking standards. So we're open to what you recommend.
I'll say I like the minimum just so they don't even think about providing no bike parking. And these parks include like community gardens, botanical gardens. There's a lot of things that we don't necessarily, there are trailheads, things like that are new. Existing ones wouldn't be triggered. So that was my only reason why I like option 1 better, is that it's every other category of use has some bike parking and people, and then from there they can figure out how many after that.
Mike?
Yeah, if this was retroactive to existing parks, I'd have a major problem with it. In addition, I'm glad that you scratched the acres to conditional use review. So I agree that I think a minimum, and I'm a strong park advocate, we don't want to put a burden on them, but no, option 1 doesn't preclude the bureaus working together anyway.
No, the only case would be in a situation where if the park is allowed outright, then they wouldn't have a conditional use review, and that's where the minimum 2.
Okay.
And that's space for 2 bikes, like a single staple.
It's a single staple rack.
It's hard to imagine what park that needs bicycle parking. 2 would be good enough, and if for some reason they don't think they need bicycle parking, it just seems like a throwaway. And I guess my other concern is, so if it goes to conditional use, what's the standard? You're saying you're going to develop a standard.
Yeah. So yeah, what we're current code has the same thing. It's per CU review.
Is that what the current code says?
That's what the current code said is per CU review, and so there hasn't been any criteria, and there hasn't been any criteria for BDS or PBOT reviewers to be able to push back. We're lucky that the parks planners have been providing a lot of bike parking, and so when we've been having these conversations very recently, the past week, looking at, all right, there's an opportunity to put some minimum standards that both bureaus can support. And recognizing that in some cases, especially, I think, and we have parks here if you have questions for them, there are some cases, especially with existing parks, where maybe PBOT can help and find space in the public right-of-way. And so recognizing that there's opportunities there, working bureau to bureau, city property, city land, that we can get the best outcome.
So, I'm sorry, when there's a remodel of an existing park facility, does that trigger conditional use?
Remodel for I think.
What's the threshold? What's the threshold for conditional use?
Yeah. 165. What? 165,000. Yeah, you can just.
Or creating parking space off street or a ball field. Those are some of the examples staff share with me. I mean, we could drill into the conditional use criteria, which is a chapter 800 somewhere, and then I was sort of pitching that to staff, and then at some point, their friendly bureaus. The park right next to me has put in way more bike parking than would be required under this electively. So I felt it feels like it may be an interbureau. There must be enough trust factor to have them do it like that.
So the only change we're being asked to make.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and let somebody from Parks speak real quick, and then we can continue our deliberations. Is that going to work for you, Jeff?
I just have one clarification, which should help me before you speak. Yep. So the only change that's being proposed is to add a minimum of 2 spaces.
From current code, exactly. And just to clarify that code would apply to existing parks if those parks are going through something that would trigger a existing. Yeah.
You want to just? I've been trying. Oh. Julie?
It should be on.
You can jump in here.
Hello, my name is Tate White. I'm a planner with Portland Parks and Recreation. Thank you for having me here. There were a lot of questions, so I'm going to let you repeat questions you might have.
Well, are there any outstanding questions for Parks, or do we get them answered? Go ahead, Chris.
Hi, Kate.
I'm sorry, it's Tate with a T.
Tate,
Just so
I'm
you.
very sorry.
No problem. It's very confusing.
I agree. Your bureau has done a great job. I even remember at the time that Director Park was opened, I complimented your commissioner in charge at how great a job you had done with the bike parking. So my understanding is that the current code enforced today requires at least 2 spaces. Is that right, Sarah?
No.
Oh, today this is a new requirement. Okay.
Per CU.
CU review.
Today's code, not the proposal, but what's enforced today.
Today's code is per CU review.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Tate, my question is, can you describe for me a scenario where you believe at least 1 staple would not be appropriate?
So, as Sarah expressed, our main concern is that we haven't had enough time to vet this throughout the Bureau. As you might be aware, we're dealing with a new budget right now and a lot of budget constraints, and we have a new director, so it's really a difficult time. We just found out about this within the last couple weeks, and Sarah and Liz have been fantastic in working with us. So an example could be Mill Inns Park, which is 2 feet in diameter, and it's hard to see, the requirement being triggered for that, but you just never know. And there's also a lot of concern about our natural areas and just our need to be able to vet this with all the staff that we have, including our land stewardship division and all of our lands managers on the ground. And it's also really just making them more aware of this coming into effect. But we do really appreciate kind of the thought and care that's been put into this, and we also greatly encourage active transportation options that help increase access to our parks. And so we're completely on board. We just are really looking for more time to be able to vet any requirement that I know it seems simple, and you know, maybe we can make it work, but we just need the time to you know, update our new leadership and work with our staff to understand the implications better.
So I have a question.
Mhm.
Well, maybe two questions. But the park you just gave an example. Another one came to mind. So the Vera Katz Pocket Park next to the Armory,
Mhm.
is that a park? Like, in
You know what? I'm
maybe
not
it's private,
positive, but I think it might be. I don't know.
yeah. So that's
I can
a weird one.
look back
So-
on that. So that's an
So yeah,
example.
it's a great example.
We own so much land in different parks and recreation assets. So that's why it's complicated, because we just can't predict a lot of unforeseen consequences from a code change. Whereas we'd really like to move forward, working with our partners at PBOT and just making sure we are really setting ourselves up for success with this.
Do you think that between this moment tonight and when it goes to City Council, that you guys would have time to be able to evaluate our decision?
I think so. I think that's reasonable.
So, okay. I guess what I'm getting at. So now that leads me to believe if we left it in and you guys are concerned, you could certainly take it up with City Council.
That is a possibility,
Okay.
but
It gives you a little time to at least study it.
yes.
Okay. Any other questions? For whatever it's worth, the park I'm describing or was asking her about was literally, it's a stormwater strip next to a building in downtown Portland, and it runs the length of a block. So
Mhm.
it's an interesting place. Certainly, if you could put a staple in the right of way, if Peabot would, help out, it would work.
Mhm.
Otherwise, there's no place to put a staple. So I guess one interesting conundrum type situation that probably needs to be addressed somehow. Any other further discussion? Comments? Chris?
So I guess I'm persuaded by the discussion that probably option 2 is better, and I don't know if Eli would reconsider his motion, but
I would reconsider.
I'm reconsidering my second based on what I've heard.
In that case, I guess I'd move option 2, and we'll, which is current code, but it's an amendment to the proposed draft.
Second.
Any other further discussion? Questions? Okay.
With the letter part retained. Sorry.
Sounds
Thank
good. Call the roll, please, Julie.
Just, I'm going to vote yes for clarification. We're not voting on what we're putting in a letter at this point, correct? No. I mean,
No, we're voting
okay.
on item 6,
I just wanted to clarify
option
that.
2.
Yeah,
Yep,
I just
item
wanted to
6,
clarify that.
option
The
2.
letter is a whole different discussion. We're not. Yes, I vote yes to maintain the status quo after all this. Thank you.
Okay, Ba,
Yes.
Hauk,
Yeah, and I've met the new director, and she's going to be fabulous, I think. So, yes.
Larcel. Yes. Quinones.
Yes.
Smith.
yes.
Spivak. St. Martin.
Yes.
Schultz.
Yes. 9-0, that passes.
Thanks very much. It's
Thank
nice
you
to
very
meet
much,
all.
Tate.
Topic 7. Commissioner Smith is proposing an amendment that would increase the amount of required long-term bicycle parking for schools. So if you recall, at our last work session, we had 2 options in front of us. Commissioner Smith was proposing to double the amount that are in the proposed draft, and he's amended that, instead proposing an amendment that increases the amount of long-term spaces revised based on revised target mode split goals in Table 2666. So option 1 uses the rate increase methodology, but increases the target mode splits for schools to 25% in standard A zones and 20% in standard B zones. And for high school rates, both standard A and B would use 25%. So at our last work session, one of the questions back to staff was, what does schools think about? What's the feedback from schools? We reached out to them and received feedback from David Douglas and Park Rose and PPS. And overwhelmingly, the concern are site constraints and a desire for flexibility in code. There's also a perception of pretty low mode split rates for their students. And this has absolutely been reflected back in terms of the adjustments that we have seen for recent projects. So, for example, Franklin High School, Madison High School, Kellogg, just generally using their perception of mode splits of their students to reduce the current code requirements down further. You also heard from parents who said that there was not enough existing bike parking at schools. And then, the proposed draft is really the response from staff, and especially we relied heavily on our Safe Routes to School team at PBOT, which has been working with parents and principals for the last 15 years. And they are getting a lot of requests for more bike parking. And I just want to also add, we have $8 million worth of Fixing Our Streets funds for infrastructure fixes over the next 3 years. And so there is a huge investment in terms of how do we make getting to schools safe for both walking and biking.
Okay. Chris?
So last meeting when I introduced this, I was challenged by several commissioners who said, what's your policy basis for the higher numbers? Which was a good challenge. I appreciate that. So did work with staff to go back and try and come up with some defensible numbers. And really, Safe Routes to Schools was my guiding light. We're putting in a lot of effort and money to make walking and biking to schools safe. And I think that our plans here should reflect that. We should be aligning with those policies. So these numbers are based on our Safe Routes to Schools goals, which include a 75% non-SOV mode share. Of that, we're working with Safe Routes to School staff. We came up with 25% as the bicycle mode split, which is not unlike our all trips goals in the comp plan and the TSP. So that's the basis for these numbers, and I think they're supportable and a good idea.
So I have a question. You in the table here have, you said staff's providing the following option in the kind of table in the middle. How does that correlate to what Chris's amendment is?
Sorry, that might have been a cleanup issue as we were making final changes. So I apologize.
Right.
So that was when Chris had his straight doubling before, and then staff had provided this option, which was based on the 25%. And so this was the revised one that was referring to.
These are staff's numbers based on the policy, not Chris's numbers.
Got it. That's
and this was a staff revision based on the request from Commissioner Smith to sort of tie it to that policy.
She threw it right back at you. But I'm following what happened. Teresa.
So does this get implemented retroactively to current schools?
No.
It's
No.
only for new schools.
It would only come into effect if they for new schools or remodels, and in that sense, they would have to bring up their requirements if they for non-conforming development. But there's a cap, that 10% cap of their total project costs have to be applied for those. There's a certain number of requirements in the list that have to be brought up to compliance, but it's capped at 10%.
Okay, and then perhaps maybe there's a different way to help schools that already exist that have children going to them that might need to park their bikes.
Do we apply Safe Routes to School money to build parking?
Safe Routes to School does provide bike parking, but I'm not sure. I don't think the Fixing Our Streets money is being used for specific bike parking. It's mostly safety projects.
Yeah, the PBOT has some racks. We've got some racks that are at maintenance when we have to move around projects. So those racks tend to get donated to schools. That's sort of the model that's currently happening right now. But again, we get quite a few requests, and from existing schools to fill that. And then even then we do run into some hurdles on that implementation, on sort of working with the school. Parents are asking for it, in many cases principals are asking for it, but still can run into certain administrative hurdles to try to actually get that implemented. So there's a desire, we have the racks, but there's still a process for when not enough was provided from the get-go.
I will say, staff wants to be careful, recognizing that the proposed draft numbers that we put forward are already, will provide a significant amount more than what is in current code, and recognizing that schools don't have that much space, don't have that much money. And so we are a little bit hesitant with the increased numbers being proposed by Commissioner Smith. Again, all of this is a balance, so I just want to put that forward.
Any other questions, Andre, then Katie?
I would just, I don't know, but it seems that the idea of space, I mean, you're pulling in 40-foot buses and cars to park that they're trying to build in these new schools, and you're trying to replace those with a bike. The issue of space seems a lost leader to me. We're trying to get these kids to see the future, and we're talking about a lot of things in their education about the future, and at the same time we're telling them you can't park your bike, you got to ride a bus, or your mom's got to bring you, and we're investing the taxpayers' money to make it safe to come to schools. There seems to be a disconnect of education at the senior level at the schools to understand the goals we're trying to get to, and I hope PBOT can do some education at that level and make sure they understand we're working with them, not against them.
My only pushback would be, Andre, I agree with what you're saying, but on an urban school site, they are constrained on site issues, so they would need to work with PBOT potentially, or they're taking up space within the building for bike parking. So there are certain I think most of our schools are in locations where I agree with exactly what you're saying, but there are certain cases where this is going to be a change. And it is going to be something that takes up actual square footage. Any other comments?
Yeah, I was just wondering, K through 5 and 6 through 8. I mean, 6 through 8, I can see kids riding to school on their bicycles independently. But when I think of kindergartners, I just don't think of that. I think maybe they would go with their mom or something, or father. I'm just wondering why you would have the same for K through 5 and 6 through 8, same standard. And do you really think they're going to be riding to school in K through 2nd at the same rate? There might be a few.
Yeah, well, I'm going to let staff defend the numbers because they generated them, but I think parents can ride with kids. You're going to want to leave the kid's bike at the school, even if they're accompanied on the trip. I admit I do not have the experience of having cycled kids to school at that age, so I'm probably a poor person to look to. Eli may have a little more experience with that.
Well, I guess the tough thing I'd push back on is I certainly see a 5th grader riding to school.
Right.
And since it's K through 5, I mean, that's just the way we have it broken up, just to
Yeah, but it's six per classroom, right? And so the kindergartners and the 1st graders and the 2nd graders probably not going to be going at the same rate.
I think, but by code, is this a standardized way of breaking up code because it's grade school, middle school, high school? And so to break up the grade schools within grade levels is yet another kind of...
I didn't mean it that way. Just lower the whole thing. I mean...
Well, and I think the other thing to look at this is that the number of classrooms in a K through 5 building versus the number of classrooms in a 6 to 8 and versus number of classrooms in 9 to 12 are actually very varied. So even though that those numbers look the same, the total amount of bike parking is required is still less at these elementary schools because they have fewer classrooms.
Okay.
And so while those rates look like, oh, we're requiring the same amount, these are per classroom, and there are different amounts of classrooms, so it actually is resulting in different amounts in that.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thanks.
Yeah. Eli?
I've got kids in these age ranges, and I think that one thing is that in schools, it seems like schools change who they serve sometimes. K through 5 becomes K through 8 and goes back again. There's one school where there's kids go to one campus for K through second, and then another one for 3 through 5th, and then they'll back to that campus for 6 to 8. So I think high schools end up being more their own compartment, but in the younger ranges, just over time, uses evolve. So I kind of like the idea of a single standard, but it's certainly right that fewer students will use racks. And I mean, we can't do this with Title 33, but the existing schools it's a crazy situation. My son goes to school on a almost 2-acre campus, and there's 4 staple racks uncovered outside. So if you have that setup, kids will not ride the bike to school. There's teachers take their bikes inside. I think there's a room so they can store them. So I wish that we could help deal with the existing condition situations, which are pretty dire in some of Portland public schools at least. But that's not part of Title 33. So I support this amendment for what we have in front of us.
So if possible, I'd like to, unless we have any burning questions, go ahead and vote, just knowing how many more we have to get through. Any other burning questions? Not seeing any hands, so go ahead, Julie, and call the roll.
Okay, Backrack?
I'm really troubled by this. I mean, you've told us the lower standards are already a problem for the schools, but they're working with you to try to address the issue, but they need adjustments, and now we're saying do even better. I understand the aspirational aspect of it. I'm going to vote with great hesitancy. I'll go ahead and vote yes and set the same aspirational standard on the schools we're setting on everybody else. So, reluctant yes.
Baugh,
Yes.
Hauk, Larcel, Quinones,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Spivak, St. Martin, Schultz.
Yes, that's unanimous and passes.
All right, we have another school topic here. We're on topic number 9. Commissioner Schultz has proposed an amendment to specify that the horizontal racks that are required for schools outside apply to elementary and middle schools. So previously, the staff's intention in terms of having a requirement for horizontal racks, it applied across all schools in that use category, and really, again, was out of simplicity for code.
And I guess the only other clarity I want to maybe give to this is, again, part of this is me working on high school, urban high schools, and understanding the site complexities of trying to do a multi-floor urban high school, and that being able to have some racks go vertical in that situation is quite helpful. So that's kind of where my thought process came in. So I guess I would like to move forward. Number 9, do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion, comments, questions? Nope. Julie,
All right.
you want to call the roll?
Backrack,
Yes.
Baugh,
Yes.
Hauk, Larcel, Quinones,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Spivak, St. Martin, Schultz.
Yes, that passes unanimously.
Alrighty, so moving to topic 15. This is related to e-bike standards. So Commissioner Smith has proposed an amendment to require electrical outlets in bike rooms. This would apply when more than 20 long-term bicycle parking spaces are required on a project. So just getting that threshold. So option 1, which is what Commissioner Smith has put forward, would require electrical sockets for 20% of the required long-term bicycle parking spaces, and those electrical sockets must be accessible to horizontal racks. Staff have put forward a revised option, a revised amendment that would require electrical sockets for 5% of required long-term bicycle parking spaces, and again, the electrical sockets must be accessible to horizontal racks. Staff generally support option 2 because it seems to better match sort of the industry trends we're seeing with e-bikes. However, we do want to again mention that, and we've mentioned before, that there are significant implementation hurdles to adding electrical requirements in review by planning and zoning, and that electrical is currently a building code review issue. Also want to put a note out there that the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability is scoping an electrical vehicle project, which would look to address some of these key implementation questions and issues in both the zoning and building code, and that the consideration of outlets for bicycle parking will and can be part of that project, and would just allow BPS and BDS staff to work through some of these implementation hurdles as part of that project, as opposed to putting it in code at this time.
So a question about that. You know, I agree it would be better to solve this in the building code, but we don't have building code in front of us at the moment. I think we have also identified building code issues with respect to accessory structures for bike parking that, you know, if you follow building code, in some cases you have to sprinkler bike parking, which seems somewhat absurd. So is there scope within the portion of the electrification project that will tackle building code to more broadly include building code issues around bicycle parking, so we can get into some of the other obstacles that exist? Sorry, I should have warned you that question was coming.
I'm Sarah Wright at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. So I've been working with PBOT staff on this project, and I'm also scoping the electric vehicle charging project. So at this time, that project is not looking to crack open the building code. That's a huge procedure that requires a whole state process. So we're not looking to sort of generally crack open the building code. I'm not sure that that's something, honestly, that the city could do as a thing to bust into the building code.
And what's the timeline for that project?
So there are a lot of gnarly implementation issues with it, and we're really scoping how do we do the regulatory and also the technical side is complex because it's really on the cutting edge of electric vehicle charging. So we're dealing with trying to figure out smart charging and things like that. So it's coming. We're actively scoping it now. We're hoping to get started pretty soon. So I don't have a good timeline for you. Soon.
Okay, so I was tempted to withdraw this, but in the absence of a firm timeline, I still feel like this is an important issue, so I will move option 2.
I'll second.
I do have a question. Is the intent on a socket? How many plugs? So there's a duplex, a fourplex, you know, I mean, like, as I'm thinking about it, I just want to make sure that we're all communicating the same thing.
So our intent with the socket was that it wasn't an outlet which could have multiple sockets. Our intent with a socket is that it's just a single plug. So they theoretically again could have a outlet that has four sockets on it, and that would be 4 different.
Right.
So that would be 4 right there.
Right. Okay.
Our previous drafts had included the word outlet, and so hoping that this
socket's better.
Yeah. So sorry, previous drafts
I don't know
had
if there's
included
anything
outlet.
anywhere in the code that we could make sure that everybody understands what we mean by socket, but that might be something to just think about.
So absent sort of a definition in code, we go to the dictionary, and unfortunately, although Phil and I have been looking at dictionary definitions of a lot of things, this might not have been one that we've been talking over the last couple days, but it would go to a different dictionary definition. So that might be something that we want staff to look at before finalizing with you guys.
Okay. Any other questions?
Eli's got one.
I've been to enough libraries that were built when people thought there would be no need for electrical outlets around, and I've seen them just on the East Coast modify with elaborate extension cord networks, so people can plug their laptops in, which just sucked. So I guess in a residential home, you have to have an outlet every 12 feet or something like that to avoid the cord network, and I could totally imagine bike rooms evolving that way if we don't provide outlets. So I don't know that this solves it, but I guess I'm an advocate to put them in when you're building, and when a new construction, put it in. The percentages, I'm fine with the 5%.
Any other comments, discussion? Nope. Oh, here we go. Go ahead, Daisy.
I just have a general question. I don't know much about e-bikes. How much does an average e-bike cost? Just curious as to like who has e-bikes.
Like, be difficult to get a good one for less than $1,000, and you could spend several multiples of that if you want to. We have 3 e-bike owners on the panel, so if you want to go out for a beer afterwards, we can tell you all about it.
They're really great, and they're getting cheaper, but they are still expensive.
Okay. Any additional questions, comments? If not, we'll take the roll. Go ahead, Julie.
Backrack.
I'm perplexed why it's so difficult to put a socket in a bike room. So I'm going to vote yes on the assumption whatever the complexity is, the smarter powers can figure it out. So yes.
Bob.
I agree with you. I don't understand how hard that is, but I'm going to vote yes and see if they can meet the challenge.
Hauk.
Yes.
Larcel.
I have to vote yes.
Quinones.
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Spivak.
Yes.
St. Martin. Yes. Schultz.
Yes. That's unanimous and passes.
And that was option 2, correct?
That was option 2. Yes. Thank you. 5%.
All right. Moving on to topic 18, covered bicycle parking and the required percentage. But Commissioner Schultz has proposed an amendment to revise the requirement that only 50% of required long-term bicycle parking should be covered. PBOT staff strongly oppose this amendment. The proposed draft requires 100% of bike parking to be covered, and we feel strongly that all Portlanders should have the ability to store their bike in a place that isn't going to be beat down by rain or snow or sun and just generally when we're thinking about the policies and how we're trying to support cycling, we are trying to make sure that biking is more attractive and convenient for those trips that are less than 3 miles than driving. We think making sure that covered bike parking that's required is part of that. So the other thing, just to note that if this amendment is approved, we would need to change the bicycle parking purpose statement, which says that long-term bicycle parking is weather protected.
Thank you. I'll just add a little bit of color to where my head's at here. I've got 3 concerns about 100% coverage, and I agree with the purpose center and the purpose statement, and certainly the goals of 100% coverage. But there's a couple of building code issues that make this a little bit more complicated, and I'm not convinced we've really thought through all of them. One is if that roof becomes attached to a building in any way, shape, or form. Like we don't have enough room on a site. So again, thinking of an exterior area, right? All of a sudden, depending on the type of building, that either has to be a non-combustible construction, which means that roof can't be made out of wood. So we've just increased cost. It's got to be steel or it's got to be sprinklered, and they're getting really finicky about sprinklering at outdoor spaces that are covered. So it's kind of snowballing a little bit. So granted, if it's not a tight site and you can keep it separated from the building, great, because then we can go back to making that structure out of wood and have it be much more cost effective. But on tight sites, I'm a little bit concerned about this. Also, again, on tight sites, as soon as we put a roof on it, we can't put that area into any of the setbacks. So we're kind of starting to limit where that structure can be on the site. And again, I'm concerned about within a tight site having room to be able to fit that area. And then last but not least, I think we're going to end up, and this is just with a lot of rinky-dink, crappy-looking little side outbuildings all over the city to cover the bike areas. I wish I could say they'd all be really nice looking, but I think they're not necessarily going to be that way. So those are my 3 concerns. I just made up 50%. I could certainly have a debate on that. I was just trying to provide some flexibility. I guess my hope would be if somebody's going to be able to figure out how to cover it as much as they can cover it, they would do the right thing and cover as many bikes as they could. But I know that people don't always have their hearts in the right place either. So, but that's where I was at with that. Chris?
So I share all of staff's concerns with this. And I'd additionally note that we have now allowed 50% of the parking to be in unit. You could have the other 50% be uncovered and have essentially no bike room anywhere on a site, which strikes me as the wrong outcome. Chair, I appreciate where you're coming from, and it seems like it's perhaps more of an issue for small sites. So is there a way to craft this as a small site exemption with some limits so this doesn't get used in large sites where there should really be much better bike parking facilities?
I'm sure there's a way to craft it that way. I'd have to sit here and think about a way to go about that.
I do want to note also, and I'll invite maybe Philip, because he'll know some of the other parts of code that as part of the changes to other code areas that's in the back of the proposed draft, that bicycle parking can be in detached accessory structures. And I am, again, my understanding is with the mixed use zone code, as well as what's looking like coming through with the Better Housing by Design, to allow some of those within the setbacks, the side and rear setbacks. So again, there's still requires some space on the site, but that some of these are allowable within setbacks to provide some of that flexibility.
Correct. So that is a good point. Wouldn't work in Northwest, like certain parts of the central city where, and I can think of a couple of projects that we have that are, especially our quarter block sites that are extremely tight, or maybe even a half block site. And like I said, those are all buildings that would actually require this structure to be now non-combustible. So we're going into, like I said, in my framework and frame of mind is probably more central city, except for when I'm thinking the rinky-dink structures all over the city. I think you're going to get those more outside of the central city, for whatever that's worth. Go ahead.
I understand this, but we voted previously to increase for buildings, especially for commercial buildings, the amount of parking there. So it seems that we're moving that increase, part of that increase outside, and it seems counterproductive. And I'm hoping that if there's another solution for the tight sites, maybe, and it sounds like there may be on some of the other areas outside of the central city to address some of Kat's concerns, that may be an option. But it seems that where do we stop kind of reducing things, and at that point, I don't know. I mean, we're increasing parking for everybody. You could argue the schools, that's increased cost. Parks, that's increased cost. There's a lot of increased cost for everybody, and maybe it's disproportional for the businesses, but everybody's taking that burden with this bike parking, it seems.
Go ahead, Eli.
Well, I totally agree with these concerns, and I've brought it up in the lower density, and I feel like that's been handled reasonably well. There's a couple issues of shared bike parking rooms. I'm wondering if you had a situation like a site like that in a quarter block, downtown, and you're weighing appeals for flexibility. I'm guessing you'd go with the building code appeal versus a zoning. I guess I'm wondering whether this might provide leverage for a building code appeal to say, look, we have to build this bike parking, and do we really have to sprinkle it or do timber frame construction? Does that work?
No. Nope. I mean, it's pretty straightforward international building code. It's not going to be something like the fire marshals just kind of weighing in on something like that's jurisdictional. So again, as soon as it's attached, that structure's a non-combustible structure. It's got to be a non-combustible roofing. It's not appealable. But anyway, I don't think I really have the votes, but I'm going to go ahead and just roll the dice with it. And let's just get going so we can keep moving.
Did you have a second on it?
Oh, I didn't even pass the motion. So I would like to move forward the motion on, and how about I'll go 55 or 75%. I'll change it from 50 to 75 since I kind of made that up in the first place.
Second.
Any further discussion? Julie, let's go ahead and
Alright.
call the roll.
Backrack.
we got to work on this order thing. I mean, I think you've identified just one of the many potential problems we're facing with sort of this. It's a pretty dramatic increase in what we're requiring people to do with parking. If you think in your expertise this will help, I'll vote yes.
Okay. Ba.
No.
Hauk.
No.
Larcel.
No.
Quinones.
No.
Smith.
No.
Spivak.
No.
St. Martin.
Yes.
Schultz.
Yes. So that is 6-3, and therefore does not pass. Okay, moving on.
All right, so it's topic 21. Commissioner Smith has proposed an amendment to add code language that would prevent building managers from prohibiting people from bringing bikes into their unit or into the building if they so choose. So this amendment would add a new section to 33266 to ensure that people can park their bikes in any area of the building. Staff strongly oppose this amendment. While there is general support for the policy direction in terms of allowing people to bring bikes into building, this is not within the purview of the zoning code. If the bicycle parking in question is required by zoning code, then it must be available to tenants. If the bicycle parking is not required, because the property has legal nonconforming status or has built additional non-required bicycle parking, or the tenant just wants to park their bicycle in their unit or another place that is not designated for the required bicycle parking, the zoning code does not have jurisdiction in that case. The zoning code relates to the built environment and not the behavior of people inside the building.
So 21 and 22 are where, unfortunately, I was not able to get agreement with the staff, so I'm out on my own here. So I want to agree with staff on one point, which is this is not parking. Right? I'm not suggesting this is bicycle parking. We very deliberately used the word storage. And it relates to a comment Commissioner Bortolazzo made at our last meeting, which is that we're seeing people wheel bicycles into offices all the time, and that was one of his arguments for not requiring as high a ratio. I'm glad we kept the higher ratio, but we're going to have a lot of buildings in Portland that won't support the mode share that we're aiming for. We have a large built stock of buildings. Most of them aren't going anywhere, and there's going to have to be somewhere for people to store their bicycles. This is basically, in my mind, ammunition that somebody who needs to store a bicycle in a building that doesn't have good bike parking can go to their landlord and say, you can't keep me out of the elevator. So this is, it's an enabling statement for cyclists. I appreciate staff's argument that the zoning code doesn't have jurisdiction. I think we have some precedents where that's not quite true. The one I point to is in Task 5. We said if you're operating a business with a drive-through, and a drive-through is the only way you're open for certain business hours, you have to allow pedestrians and cyclists through the drive-through. So that's not about what you built; it's about how you operate what you built. We've got a precedent. While I respect staff's position, I still think this would be a valuable addition to the code, and I'll go ahead and move it.
Second.
Further discussion? Andre?
Well, I appreciate what you're trying to do here. Some of the testimony has been about the market forces driving bicycle parking, and it seems that, yes, there may be people that are owners that say you can't bring the bicycle in, but I think right now on this one at least, I would rather look at the market forces and let the building be empty and let that drive the decision. There may be some inconvenience for the short term, and if it's a big enough problem, I'm sure it will come back. But I think the market forces are probably going to take care of this at this point.
So I'll suggest that while those market forces are clearly in operation in the Central City, I don't think we heard evidence that they're in operation elsewhere, and I think that the the market is catering to a particular set of businesses and employees, and I wonder if it's not an equity issue to rely on those market forces. That I don't think they're going to do much for the line cook at the fast food restaurant. So I'll just leave it there.
Go ahead, Daisy.
I appreciate the sentiment. I also think a line cook at a fast food restaurant isn't going to be living in a lot of this new development that would have this bicycle parking. I would just add, from like a landlord-tenant point of view, I think as a tenant it would be really hard to hold your landlord to this. Most tenants don't know much about code. It's hard to find the code information necessary. I'm just trying to think, like, how would you hold your landlord to this?
Eli?
I'm a little fuzzy on this. If you have a new building, the Title 33 is able to mess around with operation and management and how you get to it, versus an old building it couldn't. I don't quite see the real, the sharp line distinction between those situations. So if someone could elucidate that, that'd be helpful from staff. And secondarily, I think that if this is going to be in code, it feels like it's probably the property maintenance code, because that's a performance standard that happens. I mean, zoning code applies when things are built, building code applies when things are built, but property maintenance code, which deals like smoke detectors, egress windows, handrails, things that have to be on a building no matter how old it is, this might be the sort of language that would go in the property maintenance code. So, and I guess the first part of that is a question, is like, I mean, I don't think the zoning code says you have to be able to get to the front door of your house, actually. You could have a house up on a 10-foot platform until RIP happens, then you have 4 steps. But what is the fine line between on the one hand saying that the staff can't implement this for existing buildings, but the staff can control maintenance of buildings and use of corridors in new buildings?
So it's really about this is about the behavior of the tenant and the landlord, and it's not something that even anybody could enforce. So if this was in the zoning code and you called zoning code compliance, they would be put in the position of having to take one person's word against another, which is not a place where zoning code compliance officers can go. So they wouldn't be able to enforce it. It's totally unenforceable. The zoning code is, best when you're dealing with the built environment, when it's things like a fence that's too close to the setbacks, or you have things that can't be moved and that aren't sort of up to opinion. So it's unenforceable.
Okay, so I'm hearing you that even in the new construction situation where you're putting required bike parking in your unit, that is not enforceable to make sure that someone can get through the hallway to get it there. That's my suspicion, is that's correct.
If for example, like the racks have been removed, or I don't know, a barrier has been put up in front of the bike room, that is something where you would have a compliance issue where the zoning code compliance folks could come out. But
the rules of living in that building says you cannot put your bike in the hallway or in the elevator, then you can't intercede. Yeah. So that would argue to me that even for the code we've already proposed, we should be looking at the property maintenance code or whatever those rules can be established. Otherwise, we might have situations where even a new building, freshly built, property manager says, sorry, you can't put bike on that elevator.
Yeah, I think that would probably fall in sort of Title 29 is my best guess, not being an expert on the whole city.
Go ahead, Joe.
Well, and just a number of the things that we've been talking about that are getting caught up in this umbrella of code complexity, they have to do with code complexity in this part of the code versus a different part of the code because the processes are different. Appeals, inspections, the rules for enforcement are. In the zoning code, it's just what Sarah said. There's no way to enforce this. There's no way to really enforce the drive-through one either, but there's no way.
The attorney signed it off.
Right, no, but it's in the code. Right. And so that's when you heard the one earlier about even the electric outlets, like that's absolutely something you can plan check. It's not plan check during zoning. Right. So that's all that is. So on this one, which is different, we're sending a message but we're not putting in anything enforceable, and we're adding to the overall sort of sense that this package of very worthy regulations to advance our mode split goals is adding unnecessary code complexity to you. Just the commission needs to weigh the impact of this versus.
So there's
the
nothing in
perception of
this
the other.
that triggers a plan check, right? So this is a no-op for the plan checkers, right? They don't have to do anything.
Well, no. So then you can't enforce it. So somebody's going to file a complaint,
Mhm.
and then the zoning code enforcement people go and look, and the event isn't there. It's not happening. In the zoning for code enforcement section, I'm a little bit over my skis on this, doesn't have probably rules about taking testimony or doing an investigation. They go out and look to see if this is on or off. These other sections of the code might have other avenues to get at some of these issues, but that's why it's not a zoning code kind of provision to accomplish what the commission would be after by adopting this. It's not the comment on the value of this as an approach. It's the zoning code is not going to get the job done that you are
All right.
wanting it to get done.
I will withdraw. But there's a slightly different discussion for 22.
Beat him down.
All right, topic 22. Bicycle parking allowed in motor vehicle parking. So Commissioner Smith has proposed an amendment that would allow bicycle parking in motor vehicle parking areas. For example, in situations like a condominium where an individual has control on a single parking space, that they could convert that parking space to bike parking. So this amendment would add language to the motor vehicle parking general regulations, that's 33-266-100, to ensure that parking bicycles is allowed in motor vehicle parking areas. PBOT and BPS, we strongly oppose the amendment. Again, the zoning code does not have jurisdiction over the behavior of people, or how deeded parking in a condo building is assigned and treated is the jurisdiction of private contracts and not the zoning code. I just also want to point out a few places that are related that we already have in code. So, for example, the proposed code already allows the following in parking areas. One, the replacement of parking areas with non-required bicycle parking, right? So bicycle parking may substitute up to 25% of the required parking spaces. And also replacement of existing parking areas with required bicycle parking. So one draws down your required auto parking and you can replace it with bike parking. And number two, you're replacing existing required auto parking with required bicycle parking.
Okay. So let me outline my policy rationale here, and then why I think this is within the purview of the code. So we had a period of time, the last big building boom in Portland, 90s and early aughts. We had a bicycle parking standard at that time that was one space for every 4 units. So, and typically, even if we didn't require parking, the banks were requiring at least 1-to-1. So there are a lot of condo buildings out there that have 1-to-1 auto parking and 1-to-4 bike parking, a big scarcity of bike parking. So I think you can reasonably predict you'll have the situation where somebody who does not care to drive a car is going to buy a condo for the location of that condo and have deeded to them a parking space that they have no intention of parking a car in. And what I'm saying here is they have the choice of using that for parking a bicycle. And there is definite language in the code that says what you can and can't do with a parking space. There's in the residential section of auto parking, it says you can park a car or a truck, but not a recreational vehicle. So we're already into telling people how to use their parking spaces. I'm looking to clearly say that if for some reason you've got a parking space you don't want to use for a car, you're welcome to use it for a bicycle. Now, I want to distinguish between places where an individual is in control of the space versus where building management controls the space. Because if building management in an apartment has extra auto parking spaces, they can put up a wall and convert that to a bike room. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the situation where we have, for some reason, such as condos, divided the control of those auto parking spaces. And I want to create a clear liberty for somebody to use that for bicycle parking. And that's the intent of this item, and I will go ahead and move it.
I'll second it. I will add, I think the piece in the code, Chris, that you kind of referenced that talks about what can be used in a parking space is for required parking spaces. In other words, if you build, and maybe one of you guys can clarify for me, if you build excess parking, or if you build parking where parking wasn't allowed, does the code requirement that states what can be parked in that parking stall still apply?
It's not working. Sorry. Here.
And it might be a little bit minutiae.
You sure it's working? It's like Bill Gates says, you know, if you can't get it to work, turn it off and turn it back on. So, and I'm one of the folks that's in opposition of this, partially because I think what Chris wants can already happen.
Phil, introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Phil Namany with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. The provision that about what you can use car parking for is in the residential zones, and that car parking provision is specifically listed to prohibit people from parking their heavy trucks or their tractor trailer rigs or buses in what would be a single dwelling zone. If the parking is not a required parking, there's nothing to keep somebody from putting a bike locker in that space. It's not required. It can be converted. They can put a rack in there. I don't think there's anything that would prohibit them from doing it. The thing that would come up is whether there's a legal agreement, either with the condo association or with the building manager, that says you can't block a parking space. But I think the code now, if it's not required, auto parking would allow you to stripe it off. You could, use it for storage or whatever.
Thank you, Phil, for clarifying.
Yeah, it's precisely those condo association regulations that I'm worried about. I'd like to give people a trump card to play in that situation.
And I think the issue with that then is then you're dealing with the zoning code does not have more power than a legal document. And so we're hearing about that a little bit with some of the RIP projects about housing developments that say you can't do anything more than a single dwelling house on a lot. I mean, our zoning could allow a fourplex, but if there's a legal document or a covenant that says you can't do that, the question is which supersedes.
Go ahead, Eli.
I know I've dealt with this with some worlds, and my instinct is to make this zoning code silent on this stuff. Like, I've built a house in ADUs and sold them separately because the zoning code was silent on tenure, and I've always thought it'd be great for someone who owns a parking space in a condo just to subdivide it and have bike parking and maybe rent it out. But I get that the association might not allow that. I guess I agree with the staff that when push comes to shove, private agreements beat zoning, unless and condominiums are a creature of the state. So I mean, the state of Oregon could tell condos what they can or can't do, as they've done with solar panels. They said you have to allow solar panels. But I think that if what you're describing is correct, that you legally can use a parking spot for a car parking spot that's not required for other uses, including bicycles, then I think it's up to someone to be creative and to get their association to get on board to do it, because I don't think that this code would give them the leverage that you're seeking. I'm not an attorney, I should say, but I've wrestled with some of these issues in other forums.
Any other comments, questions? Chris and I have had this discussion, but I do have to also agree with staff that I have struggled with putting language into the code that isn't kind of applicable with land use laws, and I agree this is more an HOA issue and is a separate thing than land use code, personally. Any other comments or questions? If not, Julie, would you call the roll, please?
Backrack.
I agree with staff, though we sometimes forget the zoning code is for the built environment and we wander afield. It always bothers me, so I agree we should focus on the built environment. This goes beyond the built environment, so I vote no.
All right. Baugh?
No.
Hauk?
No.
Larcel?
No.
Quinones?
No.
Smith?
A lonely yes.
Been there, Chris.
Spivak?
I support the intent, but I'm going to be a no.
St. Martin? No. Schultz?
No. So that does not pass.
All right, we just have two more. I think we can do it. So topic 23, this is a amendment put forth by Commissioner Smith to define the term bicycle in zoning code. This amendment would add language under the purpose statement under the section 33.266.210 to define types of bicycles that the bicycle parking standards apply to. This list includes, but is not limited to, standard bicycles, tricycles, hand cycles, tandems, electric motor assisted cycles, and cargo bikes. And then the purpose statement had already called for accommodating a variety of types of bicycles, and this amendment just adds more detail to that purpose statement.
Right. So the history on this, if you remember this from last time around, this was expressed differently as a definition. Staff had some trouble with this, so this is an area where I've worked hard to get on the same page as staff, and I'm glad we could get there. Just trying to be very clear of the inclusive intent of the bike parking we're providing, that it doesn't have to have two wheels and look like a safety vehicle to be a bicycle for the purposes of this section. And I think that this just makes that a little bit clearer, so I'll go ahead and move it.
I'll second.
Thank you. Go ahead, Teresa.
I have a question. Is this meant to exclude scooters and unicycles?
So unicycles was actually an earlier version. Yeah, I was careful putting in the including but not limited to. So I would put unicycles in. I would not put a scooter that was entirely powered, that there wasn't some opportunity for human power. Right? I think we have electric assisted bicycles, but we don't have things that are entirely powered by a motor or an engine. So would draw the line there.
Any other questions or comments? No? Okay, Julie, call the roll, please.
Backrack?
Yes.
Baugh?
Yes.
Hauk?
Yes.
Larcel? Yes. Quinones?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Spivak?
Yes.
St. Martin? Yes. Schultz?
Yes, it passes unanimously.
Right. Okay. This is our last proposed amendment. This is Commissioner Larcel has proposed an amendment that would require a security camera for retail sales and services projects that require 10 or more short-term bicycle parking spaces. So, for example, this would be in Standard A, a project that's 27,000 square feet. Standard B, we'd be looking at a project that's 44,000 square feet. I think staff has some concerns about just about that it adds some code complexity and the fact that whether or not you'd be able to enforce whether or not a security camera is operational, but clearly recognize that we're trying to address some of the security concerns that you've raised. Put it out there.
Yeah, let me just say why I brought this amendment forward, in that for much of what we have looked at and thought about deeply was the long-term parking, but the short-term parking out in East Portland where I live, I've had friends and acquaintances think that if they park close to the entrance and lock up their bike that they are safe, but actually the larger the establishment, the less people are paying attention to anything that's happening around them. And so often what you'll see is cameras pointing out at the cars in the parking lot, but not even a single lone camera parked on the pointed at the bicycle parking. So this is really about big establishments that are relatively anonymous, where you're parking your bicycle and it's kind of an act of faith. And so this camera would at least allow people to ask the store to help them if their bicycle was stolen.
Do you want to move your motion forward?
I will, yes. I'd like to move this. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chris.
So, I very much appreciate where Commissioner Larcel is coming from in terms of security concern. this is in some ways very parallel to an amendment I offered earlier requiring one larger cargo bike space at establishments with 10 or more spaces. I was ultimately persuaded by staff to withdraw that in favor of putting it in the bicycle parking manual to reduce code complexity and to maybe not create situations where it would be a burden on some particular business. So I guess, Katie, I'd ask you the question, or maybe get staff's input as well. Would this be better placed in the manual than in the code?
I think staff's preference is that it would be a good fit in the bicycle parking handbook. I mean, again, that's a place where we can place regulations that would be better sort of best practices. Doesn't have the teeth of code, but again, creating this document that is applicant friendly, that's reader friendly, and to be able to provide case studies of places where you can improve security.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I understand that. I don't think I'll withdraw it. We can vote on it, because one of the things that I was thinking was that larger stores like this have security departments. You know, it's not such an added burden to them to be able to have a camera pointing at the bicycle parking.
Eli?
I will note that there's parking areas. I don't think any code requires that. They're doing it because it's like a business decision for them. And I love the intent, but I'm not sure I get where it is proposed in this code. Acknowledging that sometimes those cameras are just like a piece of plastic with a battery and a light, beep, beep, beep. It's a fake. And that can be an effective deterrent in areas. And I wouldn't actually have a camera that's actually taking film. We've had this with trash recycling areas. That's where it also comes up in multi-dwelling zones. It's one thing to put the camera there. It's the other thing to actually get any useful bang for your buck out of the camera. And so I love it as a deterrent to crime. As actually a way of catching anybody, I'm not sold on them. And I think that this, unfortunately, if it were in the code, it would just be gamed. People would just put up something that looks like a camera with a little flashing light. It might have a deterrent quality, but then it might disappear from the site and it will be gone. So I guess I like the intent, but I'm not sure I'm going to support it.
Well, so if it doesn't, I'd like us to vote on this, but if it doesn't pass, then I would like it to go into the bicycle.
Andre?
So this is really a big box store kind of a thing, correct? It's not
correct
downtown.
Exactly.
5,000, 6,000 square foot. So it's big boxes.
Yeah, again, the threshold is 27,000 square feet in Standard A. For example, the New Seasons on Williams is it's a little over 29,000. However, the New Seasons on Hawthorne is 17,000. So again, that kind of gives a scale. For Standard B, it's 44,000 square feet. So yeah.
So this is really the outer parts of Portland versus the central city in terms of stores for the most part. It seems to me that this is trying to give some people in the outer parts, probably the lower income areas, some opportunities to utilize their bikes, not have them stolen, or some area of security. And as having gone to a lot of those stores, they do have their own security system, and so I don't see this as a big burden. I don't know that they're going to put up a camera, and whether it's fake or not, if it's the deterrent is really what you're looking for, is not, whether you catch them or not. I mean, they still steal cars out of the parking lots, and there's still crime in the parking lots. So whether or not it's a deterrent, that's the purpose, not to stop the crime, but create the deterrent. And I'm all for deterrence in these neighborhoods.
I'd just like to add that 20,000 square feet is half a block. So you've got that downtown too. I'm just, I can name a number of them. I'm sure you can think of them. So just to keep that in mind. I guess the one piece of this language that concerns me, it's and again, we're back to things in the land use code that aren't really land use. It's monitored by a security camera.
Oh.
there's, again, it's one of those things where you can have somebody, for what it's worth, I support the intent. I think it's better placed in the manual, so that's going to be my position. But I'm concerned about how do you regulate whether somebody's monitoring the security camera, or whether the security camera, is it going to film? Is there somebody watching it? It's an ambiguous term in there. So if it were to pass, I guess I would then like to have a discussion about that word. Any other comments? Okay, none being offered up. Julie, let's call the roll.
Okay, Backrack,
Yeah, this is another one to me that's too far afield from regulating the built environment. This is regulating behavior. So I'm going to be a no.
Baugh,
Yes.
Hauk, Larcel,
Yes.
Quinones,
No.
Smith,
Yes.
Spivak,
No.
St. Martin. No. Schultz.
No. So that's 6-3. Does not pass. We got through them.
You never
Thank
thought
you
you'd
very
see this
much.
last slide here.
So if I may, I am delighted to offer a motion to recommend this to City Council as amended. And as many of you on the commission know, I've wanted to do this project for a long, long time, and I am delighted that we could all go on this journey together.
I'll second it.
Second.
Any further discussion or comments before we vote?
I will once again be a lone, or perhaps, well, probably a lone negative on this, and I want to just take a moment to thank staff for their efforts and Commissioner Smith, and I appreciate that we've massaged this into a decent package. I'm bothered by a couple of things, which is leading me to vote no. I think we've heard from testimony there's a problem about the existing environment what this does nothing to address. This will have no impact for many years to come. We're not exactly sure how much help it's going to give to the mode split problem. And I wish before we leapt into regulating to solve the problem, we've been presented with a package of ideas about how to address the problem outside the zoning code through incentives, through programs, retrofitting existing buildings, programs to go to existing buildings that don't have enough parking, and just saw a bigger menu of ideas and creativity to use incentives that might do far more to address the problem today, which in turn might begin to help the mode split problem today, rather than quickly going to the zoning code and trying to regulate buildings in the future. And so I just think it's a missed opportunity, and I wish this had been presented to us as part of a larger program that did more for the current environment, more incentives, something that has a more tangible benefit to the mode split policy problem, rather than let's regulate. Let's throw the burden onto the future private developers and let them figure out. We heard various little problems that we don't know how they're going to work. And again, it bothers me that we try to regulate first rather than coming at some new ideas to address today's problem. So it's going to lead me just as a sort of overarching policy to vote no.
If everyone's okay with it, I'd love to go around the horn and vote. If you'd like to add commentary, you're certainly welcome to at that point in time. Julie?
All right, we got Backrack. Baugh,
I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to say yes from 10, 11 years being here. Over the years, I've voted on a lot of things, and we've a lot of times not addressed the immediate concern that people have brought up in front of us, and we voted for change in the future. And having been 10 years here, I'm seeing that vote now being faced in the front, and RIP is one of those that in 5 years, what we thought was a 20-year has come up. And so I agree with you, Jeff. There's a lot of things you could do in the short term, but my experience is the future's not that far away. And a lot of the things that happen that we vote
That's for
on,
sure.
you will probably see the impact of those much sooner than you think. In front of you, trying to adjust to the change that you as a commissioner and we as commissioners have. And so I think the bike is very aspirational. Part of what we do is set aspirations for the future. And I, yeah, there are problems, I think. The challenge to me is, can we come back and look at this, and not me, but can this group come back and look 2 or 3 years down the road to make some adjustments through the recap process that have been identified at this point? And, you know, it shouldn't be a static document. It should be something that you're looking at down the road. So I vote yes.
Hauk?
Well, I appreciate Commissioner Backrack's comments, and I agree that we could do more. And I don't think passing these regulations precludes taking other approaches to address what we have in front of us today. I vote aye.
Larcel?
Yes, I'm really happy to vote yes, and I think it's a really good document, and the process of going through it has been really well done. Thank you. Thank you both.
Quinones?
Yes.
Smith?
Well, I just want to again thank staff for all the hard work in this, and I'm voting a very enthusiastic yes.
Spivak?
Yes.
St. Martin?
So I would like to just echo Commissioner Backrack in that we do need to work on some of the current problems, and my vote in that regard would be to start young and help the schools if there's some identified needs, that would be a really good place to get some retrofit work in there and, you know, get the young folks on board and hopefully make an impact for the future. And with that, I will vote yes.
Schultz?
Yes. So that passes. Thank you very much, Sarah and Liz, for all your very hard work. It's very much so appreciated. Next item on the agenda is the residential infill project. This is a work session. You can take a break on your own because we're going to be tight on time. Thanks. And maybe read slow, since we seem to have lost a quorum. Sorry.
I don't think that I am, but...
I'm going to read slow. So, in the interest of disclosure, while it's not clear whether the proposed changes create a potential conflict of interest for PSC members because the changes affect such a broad class of property owners in single-family zone, in the interest of transparency, we have the following declarations. Commissioners Smith, Baugh, Backrack, in Quinones do not own properties in single-family zones in Portland. All other PSC commissioners own between 1 and 3 properties that are in single-family zones. Are there any additional disclosures any of the PSC members have to make? I'm not seeing any, and we have everyone, we have a quorum back anyway, so let's get rolling.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sandra Wood. I'm with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, here representing the Residential Info Project team. And with me today is Morgan Tracy, the project manager, and we have Tyler Bump, our Economic Development Planner from Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, and Matt Chaubold from the Housing Bureau to talk about some of the Housing Bureau programs and give you an opportunity to ask questions that you had from our last work session. Can you click? If you're following along at home, which we know many people are, we have a website where we've posted all the materials for today's meeting. And this is what we were planning on doing with today's agenda, spending the bulk of our time continuing to explore the displacement risk analysis. The first thing that we started doing last week was we're on a journey of discovering and understanding the data, and the Commission asked for additional data, which Tyler will present today. And you also asked about some of the displacement, anti-displacement mitigation strategies we already have in place. So Matt will talk to you about that. Then we thought the Commission could spend some time talking about what is our charge today and what is our charge with this project, what are we trying to accomplish, so you can get on the same page about problem solving for or addressing different things, and we have some ideas there. And then we can talk about what are our options for moving forward and where do we go with this information that we're being presented and then we're all exploring together. We'd like to reserve about 30 minutes at the end of today's discussion for the potential amendments that we've received. We've received 11 amendment topics from the Commission, and we have a spreadsheet to go through for that. So that's what we're doing today. We have another date set for March 12th, which will hopefully be the amendment taking and vote for the project, but we'll see how it goes today.
Tyler, real quick before you start, just to my fellow commissioners, with respect to having Matt get home in on time, if we could have Tyler just go through his presentation, not ask questions, then let's go ahead and ask questions of Matt. Is that okay?
We have them reversed. Tyler's the one who needs
He's
to
going to
get
go
home.
first?
Yes, Tyler is
Tyler,
the one who
not
needs
Matt.
to leave. So Tyler can't stay with us the whole night.
It's Tyler, my bad. Okay,
Sorry.
so.
Matt can't. Matt's here at your full disposal.
Sorry, Matt. You're hanging with us. He's like, yeah.
I thought for a second, yeah, but no, I'm gone.
My bad. I misunderstood. Okay, Tyler. We're going to try to make sure that you get out of here at a reasonable time.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Go first.
Commissioners, thank you again. My name is Tyler Bump. I'm a Senior Economic Planner here at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. Before we get into the follow-up to some of the questions that you had at the previous work session, I sort of want to caveat this again with the more that we dig into the details with some of the data, the harder it gets to answer some of those questions. And so what we're doing today is answering your questions as best as we can, given the limitations of the information and the data that we have. So with that, I'm going to jump in very quickly. One of the key discussion points that happened last time at the work session was how do areas that have a higher share of communities of color compare to those of the vulnerability areas that we were looking at? And so what we have here is a map of the pink outline and cross shape, or pink outline and hatching for census tracts that have a higher share of communities of color compared to the city as a whole. And this is actually one of the inputs that we use into the vulnerability analysis. So it's something that's pretty familiar to folks and familiar to our work, as we use it very, very frequently into evaluating our projects. But really these areas are predominantly in East Portland, an area around Lentz and Foster Powell, some areas in Northeast around Concordia and Cully, and also in inner northeast, as well as on the peninsula and in Portsmouth and St. John's specifically. So these are the areas that we're looking at in terms of census tracts that have a higher share of communities of color. The next slide I'm going to talk about real briefly. There's a lot of information here, but I sort of want to start here and then work backwards a little bit more into the detail. The pink hatching is still on this map. It's a little hard to see on the presentation here, but the pink hatching is the areas again that have a higher share of communities of color, and the track level increases or decreases in displacement risk across the city, regardless of whether that's a census tract that has a higher share of population of color or not. This next one that we're looking at is the areas that see a decrease in displacement risk for low-income renters in single-family structures, overlaid with that layer that has the tracts with the higher share of communities of color. So there's two separate things going on here. One is that low-income risk data point, and then also this pink overlay that is the higher share of communities of color. The reason that I highlight that is because we have this total on the left up here that is 157 households with less displacement risk under the residential infill scenario. Those are the low-income renters in single-family structures. We are not able to get into the level of detail to determine any race or ethnicity of those households specifically. So we're sort of looking at these things combined to paint a picture, to sort of tell a thematic story around where these impacts are, in this case where there's less displacement risk under residential infill. The next map is the inverse of that one. These are the areas that see an increase in displacement risk as the result of the residential infill proposals, again with the overlay of the pink showing areas with a higher share of communities of color. In this case, we're looking at 73 households, low-income renters in single-family structures that have an increased risk in these red areas specifically. And these are all areas that have a higher share of communities of color again. So when we combine these things, looking at both the increase and the decreased risk across all of the census tracts that again have a higher share of communities of color, there's about an 84 a reduction in 84 households at risk for displacement. And given the level of detail and the accuracy of the data when we start to look at these things, again, I mentioned last time that it's more important to look at the ups and downs and the themes of what we're showing as opposed to the exact number of households. And so what this indicates to us when we're looking at this is that it's either a no increase or a slight decrease in risk of displacement for these populations, for the areas that have a higher share of communities of color as a whole. Before I move on to the next point, I wanted to stop here and pause and see if there's any questions to clarify.
Be careful what you ask for, Tyler.
I'm ready.
Let's go ahead and come around. Katie had her hand up, and then Andre.
Mine's a really quick one. When you say 84 households, do you mean a year or over the whole, over a certain timeline?
Over the 20-year time period for the
20
plan.
years,
That's a good question.
So 20-year time period, just real quick, sorry. Not to 2035?
To 2035, but our base year is 2015 when we do this. So it's a 20-year, 2015 to 2035.
So there's still displacement. It's just you've got the reverse of this when you look at it. You've got 157, 73 are being displaced, 84 are less the displacement.
Net less displacement overall. Yeah.
But there's still displacement. I want to confirm that fact.
Yes, I mean I think
People of color.
we're looking at low-income renters specifically, but in areas that have a higher share of communities of color.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Well, yeah, I was glad that you're looking at both communities of color and areas that you may not be able to discern other than their low income renters. Because I grew up in outer southeast, and I know, and I've been out there, the last few years, and it looks to me like it hasn't changed a whole lot. I mean, there's a lot more housing out there right now, actually. No parks, of course. So I'm glad that you're looking at that issue as well, because I know darn well there are a lot of poor white folks out there who may be also in danger of being displaced. So I think it's good to be looking at both.
I'm going to poke a little bit more on the 20-year thing.
Sure.
Because where my head was at is we're starting today with the change in this code. You projected to 2035. So we effectively have, a 16-year time period we're looking at? I mean, I get it, but I'm trying to think of how many households per year are we talking, right? That's where my head was going.
Gotcha.
Because you can't really talk about households in 2015 since we've already moved past that, right?
Right. Yeah. This is a a hard thing to do with our buildable lands inventory, which is the way that we do this. And so there's certain points in time that we can update that as a base year. 2015, believe it or not, is a recent year in updating that in terms of our trends and looking at things. We were previously still using 2010 as the baseline, and that's almost 10 years ago already. So I think it provides a more recent picture to what's going on there. But in terms of that 6-year gap or whatever it is or so, we're likely that there's a number of households that have already been displaced in that period of time. And I think it's worth mentioning that, and that's the reality that folks are seeing on the ground when we go out and talk to people in, honestly, most of these neighborhoods when we have community engagement efforts. So there is some of that has happened. Again, this is not to put a number on it, 84 over 20 years, that gets smaller, but it's the scale thing. So it is less. There is some that happens, but it's the sort of scale theme over the 20-year period from the project.
I'll let you go with that.
Yeah.
I'm sure you got where I was going. That's okay. Let's move on. Any other questions? Nope. Oh, sorry, Daisy. Yes, thank you.
Do you have examples, or do you know of any instances in recent years, either here in Portland or in other cities, where similar displacement risk analyses have been totally off in, whatever direction?
This is a new thing for us, and it's, I think, a new thing for a lot of folks across the country, especially in terms of looking at the impacts of a specific project. We've talked about Seattle recently, so the city of Seattle, when they were doing their accessory dwelling unit code project last year, did a similar analysis. This is similar in that approach. It's just narrowing down in terms of what we're doing under residential infill in the proposals and where we think the most impact is, specifically on these low-income renters in single-family structures. But it is, a forecast, and it is our best guess. And given the information that we have, I think the quality of the information that we have and our best guess is, I feel good about that. Where we end up, there's a lot of factors that could impact that.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Tyler.
All right, so I am going to jump into what we internally call a drill down, neighborhood level drill down on these 3 or 4 neighborhoods specifically. So these are the areas that we focused a lot of the conversation on. A lot of the conversation was focused a couple weeks ago. These are the areas that see the biggest increases in displacement risk as the result of residential infill project. So we're looking at Montavilla, that east portion of Montavilla, east of 82nd, Lentz, Brentwood Darlington, and Mount Scott Arletta. And the demographic information, this drill down that I'm going to show you in just a moment here, is at the neighborhood level. So those outlined areas, the thick outlined areas, are the neighborhood geographies. That's the demographic information that we're looking at. Meanwhile, the sort of smaller red areas are the ones where we see the most risk. So it paints a profile of who lives in these places more broadly in the neighborhoods, but also focuses our risk analysis on these smaller areas as well. So a little bit of sort of geographic difference before we get into the details here on that. So we did this deeper drill down specifically on race and ethnicity in these different neighborhoods compared to the city of Portland as a whole, and then this displacement risk area geography more broadly. And so there are a few things that pop out. The biggest one, when we looked at the information that popped out to us when we were looking at it, is the high share of Latino households in most of these areas, specifically in Brentwood Darlington, Lentz, and Mount Scott Arletta. Lentz specifically has a significantly higher share of Latino households than the city as a whole. So the citywide column on the left-hand side over there, about 10% of households in Portland, folks in Portland identify as Latino. In Lentz, it's about 17%. And in Brentwood Darlington, it's about 16%. So those are the sort of communities of color that are most represented in that category when we look at that communities of color map for these areas. The other big sort of racial category, ethnic category that picked up here was the Asian households, and specifically in Lentz, Mount Scott Arletta, and Montavilla. Lentz, again, had an extremely high share of Asian households. A lot of those households that when we were looking at the specific tract level demographic are closer to 82nd Avenue, and so there's definitely a cultural identity and a lot of sort of community that is related to these specific cultural groups in these different neighborhoods as well. But those are the two categories specifically that showed up as a high share above the citywide average for these different groups and different households. And one other mention in Montevilla. Montevilla did also have a higher share of Asian households as well in that eastern portion of Montevilla. In the packet, in the memo that was sent out, there's some actual numbers. We wanted to present these shares because they're easiest to compare to the citywide average. But if you're interested in more detail, there are actual numbers of population, of folks that identify in these different race and ethnic categories in that memo as well. And that's all we have for you right now. Open it up to questions. There's some more information in the memo that we sent out too, so if you have questions on that, we can talk about that as well.
Questions? Andre.
So, in these areas, then, because of the increased Latino and Asian populations, the displacement, are you saying that the displacement is disproportional on those areas or those ethnicities because of their higher populations in those areas?
I mean,
when you look at it in terms of that.
I think it says that it could be, but the level of detail to identify that, we don't know for sure. But it does help us characterize who's in these neighborhoods and who's likely to be impacted, but that direct connection, the margin of error on the data is just too great to be able to identify that.
The other thing that you brought up was if these, and specific Latino and Asian the communities are displaced, the cultural and the, I guess, the unintended impacts to the businesses that they go to that are local there. Have you looked at that, or is that?
We haven't done, I mean, we've really been focused on the impacts of residential infill, specifically on single dwelling zones. I think it does bring up an interesting point in where we have culturally specific community organizations that support these communities where they live. And in some cases, we have geographic community organizations. In some places, we have nonprofits and community organizations that support populations across the city and across the region. So for us, as we've been talking about it, it's really in terms of if we're concerned about these places and we're concerned about increased displacement risk, who are the folks that we're talking to and who are the community organizations that we can engage with around some of this stuff. And that's the sort of next step that we've started thinking about in terms of engagement and impact, and how do we talk to folks and reach folks that are most impacted and sort of think about that mitigation piece a little bit at the same time.
So Tyler, and I think you kind of brought it up in the memo, but I want to make sure I understand it, in that you're certainly looking at individuals who are going to be displaced in some neighborhoods. At the same time, there's a recognition that the reason they're getting displaced is because we're looking at creating more units and more variety of units. And so my question would be, if we think the rent in a certain neighborhood today, I'll pick a number, is $1,800 per month. I think your numbers were something like that. I can't remember. Are there more units being created that they can actually potentially rent to be able to stay in that neighborhood if they happen to have the lot that got redeveloped? And so that's one piece of it. And then where my head's going is, this is where my previous question was, if we're looking at about 73 households that are being displaced, and I'm going to take, I think the way you're describing it, maybe a more conservative approach, again, just take it for the number it is, it's 73 households being displaced. We've got 16 years remaining between now and 2035. That's about 5 households a year. And the reason I'm thinking about it that way is, again, do I think there about 5 more housing units are going to be created in Montevilla through this exercise? And in which case, could the household in Montevilla who's being displaced have a pretty good chance of being able to stay in Montevilla? But of course, it comes back to, do we think the rent's stabilized, that they're able to stay in the neighborhood? So in other words, they're displaced out of the unit they're in today, but they get to stay in their community. Maybe. That's what I'm trying to see, if there's that potential.
on the pricing thing, so we did look at average rents for single family, 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom single family rents in these neighborhoods. And they're about 90% median family income for single family rentals across the board. So we're looking anywhere between about $1,600 a month to $1,700 a month for a detached single family structure, single family house in these neighborhoods, which is within the range of what we think is likely to be a rental price for a triplex or a fourplex in many of these neighborhoods. So yes, some of those could at this point in time come in close to those price ranges. I think the issue is the timing of it and what that means for that household that is being displaced and doesn't have that ability to withstand those pressures, because that housing, when it's done, is done a year later or 9 months later or whatever it is, sometimes 2 years later, and they've already had to make a decision elsewhere. So there is a sort of increased amount of units that are available at this price point, but there's a direct impact to that household right there.
Eli?
So I'm glad that we're zeroing in on these neighborhoods that are, because my ideal world is for this zoning code update to kind of do no harm, but I'm hopeful that you can also share the neighborhoods that are where there's a high number of persons of color who end up faring better under RIP than under the current code, because those are also on the map. I know you haven't done the analysis of how the racial breakdown is on those, but I'd like to sort of hear what parts of the city what areas end up better. And I also want to make one comment in terms of the numbers, just because I think I'm speaking this correctly, but you can correct me if I'm wrong. These are pretty small numbers it looks like small numbers of displacement. I assume the real reality is there are a lot of people being displaced from all over the city. This is the margin of difference between current code and RIP. So even though these numbers are small, in the areas that are getting less displacement under RIP, the actual raw number might be a lot lower. And the areas where there's some increase, does that make sense? The baseline is that there's a lot of displacement happening in this city. And the question is, how does things fare under current rules versus proposed rules? And I come sort of from the perspective of the current rules are a lot of neighborhoods are sort of like there's no more room at the inn, so people end up having to go elsewhere. And there's opportunities for more rooms in the inn under RIP. But I think that with either of these scenarios, I just want to be clear that we're not talking about 20 households displaced. I mean, I think that it's already an overwhelming challenge for the Housing Bureau, and the zoning's trying to do a little piece of it on the margins. But I guess I'll go back to the first question initially about what areas are faring better under RIP than under current code that are high percentage non-white residents.
Okay.
Can we make sure we're all understanding that? So when we said 73 households are less at risk of displacement, it's not over the 20. It is over the 20-year period, but it's the delta between the baseline. So there are many more households. This is the difference. And I think what you were getting to too is that these areas, there could be an increase of households that are at risk of displacement that are few, and it's increasing to more, but there are other areas where there's many more and it could be decreasing, and that's these blue areas. But there could be more households overall that are at risk in these other areas.
Mike, your mic, yeah.
We saw from your last presentation that citywide, the number of total displaced residents was quite a bit less. I don't remember the number under RIP's proposal than under the baseline of current zoning. And now you've done the mapping to sort of show which areas are higher percentage of persons of color. And we've talked about the part that makes it a little bit worse. There's not big numbers there. And I guess I want to just sort of catch the other part, areas of the city where there's high percentage of persons of color, where there's less displacement under RIP.
So that is the blue map that's on the screen right now. So the areas that we're looking at, the darker blue ones are the equivalent to the dark red ones. So if you were to look at the areas where we're concerned, the Lentz, Montevilla, Brentwood, Darlington, the equivalent are these dark blue ones here. So we've got a pretty significant area up in sort of Concordia, Woodlawn, And then there's also in East Portland 2 areas around 122nd and Division that also see significant decreases. And part of that, sort of just to get back to the last presentation, is that we're creating more likelihood of development in inner neighborhoods that wouldn't exist otherwise. And so it's taking some of that pressure off of those neighborhoods over the 20-year period. And so that's where that reduction comes from, is that we're right now, the glass analogy that we talked about last time, we're pulling out a bigger glass. And by pulling out a bigger glass, there's less overflow and less impact to some areas that otherwise would have seen increased impact. So those are the 3 areas most significantly. But everything that's blue on the map does see some decrease, and it's a little bit smaller of a decrease in those lighter areas. But I think it's pretty broad that we're looking at that in terms of where the decreases are. Most of East Portland sees a decrease. Parts of North Portland and the peninsula and Canton and Portsmouth see small decreases. Parts of along 82nd, areas of Cully, Concordia also see decreases, small decreases. So it's pretty broad where we see these reduction in displacement risk. Again, the reason that we were doing this is because there are increases, and we do want to focus on where, our policies tell us to focus on where there are increases and to address those and evaluate and identify where that happens. On the citywide thing, I think my friend Matt here is going to talk about that a little bit. But there are pressures. There are displacement pressures that are happening right now that are outside of our control. Some of those things are in our control, some of them are not. And the sheer volume of rent increases that has happened over the last 5 or 6 years is the biggest, I think, one of the biggest things that tenants specifically are facing right now. If you have annual rent increases of 5 to 10% a year across the board, that has a significant impact on displacement pressures. So I'm going to save that for Matt's talk here in a minute, maybe.
So I wanted to follow up on Catherine's question about, you had said that at 90%, the people that were being displaced potentially could move into those, as I understood the question, into those. So the Latinos can afford a 90% MFI on average. I'm just saying on average.
We've looked into incomes, and there's a variety of incomes across all different categories. So
I'm just saying, on average, the Latino community can afford a 90% unit today.
What we're saying is that the price is close to what it is today. Those renters are already cost burden, though. I think to your point is that, the reason that we're flagged as low income single-family renters is because they are making less than 80% median family income and subsequently probably spend a higher share of their total household income on rent. So it's not making it more affordable for that household, but those are units that are coming in close to what the prices are today.
So, yeah, I want to make that distinction. It's not coming in affordable. It's coming in so that there's still rent burden going into the unit. And that still leaves them at risk, even in the new unit, because they're rent burdened, and the 10 or 20, whatever the rent increase in the future causes that individual and family to be displaced faster than if they were at a 30% of their income, which is the target, I think, that we look at.
Yeah.
Good.
So Tyler is past his bedtime.
Oh, is it?
We're getting close. My
Yeah?
2-year-old son's in the hallway, so he has to go home to bedtime.
Okay, so if we can kind of be judicious about our questions for Tyler so that he can get going. If not, we'll start peppering Matt.
Sure.
Go ahead, Teresa.
I don't know if this is a question, but I think the comment is that the number of people who can live in a single family rental is different than the number of people who can live in a duplex or a triplex. So I think to your point, you can have a multi-generational situation where everybody's pitching in to make that rent in the house, where that would not be allowed perhaps in a duplex.
Just to clarify, it would be allowed in the duplex for rules. You're saying there wouldn't be space.
Less space.
Less space. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Daisy.
I would add, I don't think maybe anybody has data on how many families are doubled up. And I think something in my community that's very common, if somebody's struggling, you don't let them out on the street. You welcome them into your home. Also, particularly in the Lentz area, I just want to mention that Lentz Elementary School is a Spanish immersion school, so I think beyond just being like, oh, perhaps this hard number of families is going to be displaced, I think we should keep in mind that it'll have a larger community impact.
Joe, are you trying to say something?
I am, but I don't want to keep Tyler from going home, but I will. Remember the total number. Part of it builds on what Daisy was just saying. When you look at these blue areas, this map here is talking about areas with a concentration of household of color. But part of the reason that they're showing less displacement risk is there's less sort of competition for the single family house that's in these blue areas. And even that's true for the blue areas everywhere, not just the ones where there's concentration of community of color. So that's what RIP accomplishes. And the challenge that Andre put on the table that we needed to step up to was just to drill down more to say, does this thing that seems good because it increases the housing supply on this big supply of land and thereby maybe lowers the pressure for displacement overall, does it just also have a geographic impact that's unfair to communities of color? Like, we went after that piece too. Like, sometimes good things that we think our policies are going to do are good for the overall and land on the back of those communities of color. And so what we've seen here is that somewhat it does, but it's kind of a wash. And in terms of, it comes close in the numbers. And we can focus in on these areas like Lentz and Brentwood, Darlington, and what Matt can talk about and what we're hoping to develop with our work on anti-displacement programs are things that really zero in for those populations. Because just because this is what over 20 years the market sort of says, doesn't mean, it sort of means in those places, especially in the case like Lentz, you got to be working culturally specific, you got to be doing more to try to lower the inherent inequity of what happens in the housing market. So this kind of helps us see that it's both something that overall may be better, but also we have to and can step up to address some particular situations.
Okay. Any other questions for Tyler? Thank you, Tyler.
Bye. Thank you.
All right. So Matthew Schaubold with the Portland Housing Bureau. I'll just share some remarks and then I figure we'll have discussions and questions. So I think first, kind of at a high level, I think generally the approach that jurisdictions take or consider when it comes to anti-displacement falls into two categories of stuff. The first category has to do with responsibilities and obligations in the laws and regulations in the landlord-tenant space and the land use and zoning space. And then the second are the programs and services that are offered to individuals and households and communities that are being displaced. So I want to spend, if the chair will indulge me, a couple of extra minutes talking about the landlord-tenant piece, just because of the recent developments in the state legislature, and I think that's relevant to this discussion. And then my understanding is the current RIP doesn't have as many land use and zoning requirements around rights of first refusal, rights of return, and things like that. And so I'm not going to talk about that, and then I'll get into the detail of some of the programs and services the Bureau offers and try and contextualize the overall city need. So on the landlord-tenant space, today, right now, we exist in an environment where they're effectively a landlord can increase the rent by however much they want and can remove a renter from a rental for either for cause, and the causes are outlined in state statute, or for no cause. And they can just say, our landlord-tenant relationship is done and you need to move out. And in Portland, it's 90 days is required. Now, I know everyone here is familiar with, for the most part, I think, city relocation assistance. And in 2017, the city passed a requirement that in the event of a no-cause eviction, a rent increase of 10% or more over a 12-month period of time, and a refusal to renew or replace a rental agreement on substantially similar terms when the rental agreement expired, a landlord would have to pay relocation assistance in an amount ranging from $2,900 up to $4,500, depending on the number of bedrooms. It was originally adopted as a temporary policy at City Council. It was made permanent in March of last year, 2018. And when it was made permanent, there were 12 exemptions that I'm not going to go through all of them. But one group of exemptions where if the owner lives, that I think are relevant to residential infill, are if the owner lives in the main structure and rents out the ADU, or if they live in one unit of a duplex and they rent out the other unit, they are exempt from relocation assistance in that scenario. And then the other grouping has to do with if a landlord is returning to a home that was their primary residence within the last 3 years, if they're returning from military service, or if they're moving an immediate family member in, they're also exempt from relocation assistance. There's some other ones, but I think those are the ones most relevant. So that is the framework we're operating under. Senate Bill 608 has been moving through the legislature over the past few weeks, and it passed through the Senate, and this today around noon, around 11:30 or noon, it passed through the House, and the governor is expected to sign the bill. And so if you'll indulge, I do want to go through the changes because, as I said, I think they're relevant. So in the first 12 months of occupancy, a landlord still has the ability to evict without cause. So they can issue a termination of the rental agreement for cause, so that continues to exist in state statute. They can remove someone without cause, and all of the city relocation requirements still apply. After 12 months, so after a renter has lived in a rental unit for 12 months, in Senate Bill 608, the ability to remove a renter without any cause goes away. And so a landlord can remove a renter for cause, and it's the same for cause reasons that have been in statute for a long time. Violation of the lease, non-payment of rent, violent criminal acts, things like that. And then instead of a no cause, there is a provision, they're called qualifying landlord reasons. And so there are 4 buckets of reasons that are considered qualifying landlord reasons to remove a tenant. So number 1 is to sell the unit to a buyer where the buyer plans to use it as their primary residence. If a landlord wants to move into the unit themselves, or they want to move a family member in and they don't have a vacant, substantially equivalent rental unit somewhere in proximity. If they want to repair or renovate the unit and the unit is currently or will be because of the repair renovation uninhabitable by building code standards. And then if they intend to convert it to a non-residential use, non-long-term residential use, or if they intend to demolish the structure. So under those scenarios, after the first 12 months of tenancy, they're considered qualifying reasons why a landlord can remove a tenant and end a tenancy. In that scenario, under state statute, the landlord will have to give 90 days notice to the renter, and they will have to give the equivalent of 1 month's rent relocation assistance. The exception to that is if a landlord owns 4 or fewer units. In that instance, they're required to do everything, but they don't have to pay the 1 month relocation assistance. So in addition to the elimination of no cause after 12 months and this establishment of these landlord qualifying reasons for terminations, and I'm using that language intentionally in a minute and I'll explain why, there is a rent stabilization provision of the bill. And so, hold on, I'm going to take a step back because I missed an exemption that I think is important. elimination of no cause. A landlord that is living on the same property with the tenant, so it's owner occupied and the property is 2 units or less, they can still use a no cause eviction. So that may also apply to residential infill. So again, 2 units or less on the property, landlord lives on the property, they still have no cause. Everyone else, they don't have no cause and they move to this qualifying reason for termination, landlord qualifying reason. So in addition to that, there's a rent stabilization structure that's put in place for all rental units in the state. And it establishes that a landlord cannot increase the rent by more than 7% plus the CPI to be published by, I believe it's the Bureau of Labor and Industries annually in January, in a 12-month period of time. So every 12 months, a landlord can't do more than 7% plus the CPI. So that's the new framework. As I said, it passed the Senate a couple weeks ago. It passed the House today. The governor has signaled her intention to sign it. And my understanding from the Office of Government Relations is that she has 5 days to take an action, or it automatically goes into effect because of an emergency provision at the end of the bill. So that significantly changes the landlord-tenant framework. So again, the next piece, some jurisdictions choose to put some requirements in land use and zoning. My understanding it's not in this one, so I'm going to go to the services that the Bureau provides. Unless there are questions about Senate Bill 608.
Yeah.
Commissioner.
So, but 4 or less units, those provisions don't apply, correct? 4 or less.
Only the state relocation requirement.
Okay.
Oh, and that actually, it's a good point. I was going to cover it in rental services, but I'll go right there. So we're currently in discussions at the Housing Bureau and will be in discussions at City Hall because the city relocation assistance requirement, it was developed before this legislation existed. And so the city relocation requirement only applies, as far as I know, as far as I can tell, I'm not an attorney, only applies for no-cause evictions and rent increases, as well as refusing to renew or replace a lease on substantially similar terms. So there could be a scenario under the new state landlord-tenant framework where a landlord is not doing one of those, what we would call triggering actions. So perhaps they are issuing a termination notice for a qualifying landlord reason, and they may not have to pay city relocation assistance. We're looking into that now, and then going to work with council on whether or not there needs to be a code reconciliation for council to maintain current policy around who gets relocation assistance under what circumstances. I hope that was not too confusing.
Bye.
I've been trying to follow this bill, and I believe it's correct that even though you've described the state bill, it didn't end up with a preemption on local communities going further.
That's correct.
So even though it doesn't necessarily apply to small-scale projects, Portland, there was a version of this bill which said the local community can't go any further than this, and Portland objected to that, is my understanding, and at least whether that was instrumental or not, that under the current bill, the local community, being Portland, could adopt stricter rules on all sorts of things that you just summarized.
That's my understanding as well.
Oh, yeah, I just, could you give a little interpretation on that? I mean, you said this is going to have a big impact on the tenant landlord relationship. Can you tell us exactly
what I meant by
you're
that,
thinking?
Yeah, what I meant by that is it has been acknowledged to us by many landlord organizations that many of their members use no-cause evictions simply because it's easier than for-cause, when perhaps they do believe they may have cause to evict somebody. And under the new law, if the governor signs, and as I said, she indicated she would, a landlord will have to now either do a for-cause or a qualifying reason to evict somebody or to end the tenancy. I think the other big piece is something we've seen across the city that has really exacerbated the affordable housing and displacement crisis is when buildings will be purchased and either everyone will just be given a no-cause eviction in the entire building, and anything from a triplex up to, a building with, 50, 100 units in it, or everyone will receive 100, 150, 200% rent increases. And that will end that practice effectively that's occurring in the market. And that will they'll need to be spread across multiple years, those rent increases, but certainly the mass no-cause evictions will end under this bill. And that is something we have seen substantially across the city.
Go ahead, Daisy. And then I'm just going to, before you start, I want to kind of keep track of time here. We had hoped to kind of have this wrapped up, but that's important stuff, so I want to give you some time to keep talking about a quarter till, and here we are. So if we could try to maybe wrap this up about 7. So if you could keep that in mind too with Matt, because I think it's important for you to also talk about your services that are going to be, I think, important for us to understand with how we may want to think about mitigation.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Daisy.
What's CPI?
It's the Consumer Price Index, so it's the inflation, and I think in the last year it's been 2 or 3%. I don't know exactly, but I can follow up. So it would be 8 or 9 or 10%. If the bill had been in place a year ago, it would be 9 or 10% in the last year.
I have some thoughts I want to share with the commission about Senate Bill 608, but I don't know if I should wait till the end.
Well, if you think it's going to kind of directly impact how we might think about RIP, then sure. If it's just kind of general things for us to think about in our work in general, then I'd like to hold off.
So this is specifically about 608. And from my experience working with tenants and in landlord-tenant law, and it also speaks to some kind of loopholes also within relocation. So within Senate Bill 608, I don't know who will be tracking or verifying. This is one of the exemptions, right? If you're going to have a family member move in. And this is also an issue with relocation assistance, tracking or verifying actually who moves in and if it's actually a family member. With the exemptions of if a landlord owns 4 or fewer units, they don't have to pay relocation. It's for Portland tenants, it's been really difficult for a lot of them who think they qualify for relocation assistance to actually get that information from their landlord. And then if you run out of those options, that leads you to what's your option? Okay, maybe try to sue your landlord or litigate this. But a lot of the most vulnerable tenants don't have access to legal services. And all this puts the onus on the tenants to follow up, track, verify. So I just want to put that out there.
Thanks, Daisy.
And I think I'll touch on some of that in the services, and validate some of it in the services. So as a kind of a quick overview then, moving to services. So I'm just going to go through our service categories, try and hit real quick on the need in the city just to give the commission a high-level understanding. So the first kind of bucket of services program area would be our affordable multifamily development. And there's a number of programs in there. So when you hear people talking about the Portland Housing Bond, if you hear people talking about the Metro Bond, the use of our TIF financing, inclusionary housing, our incentive tax exemption programs, all those kind of fall into the multifamily affordable housing production bucket. So we currently have about 14,500 regulated units in the city at 80% and below, and 14,000 are at 60% of the median income and below. We have about 2,000 units in the production pipeline that we estimate will be open sometime in the next year or two, which would put us at around 16,500. The current estimate of need is that around 25,000 households in the city overall, below 60% of the median income, are rent burdened. So paying more than 30% of their income to rent and living in market rate units around the city. We estimate that 1 in 2 renters is paying more than 30% of their income in the city, and more than 1 in 4 are paying more than 50% of their income in rent. So I just put that out there to show that there's a big mismatch between the number of affordable units that we have and the need. And if you were to factor in Home Forward, our housing authorities units, and other affordable units not regulated by the Housing Bureau directly because we didn't provide financing, there's about 20,000 or so regulated units in the city overall. So that's kind of one bucket of programs. The next one is the Joint Office of Homeless Services. And so I think this is particularly relevant to residential infill because, if somebody who's being displaced isn't looking for an affordable unit, they're probably looking for rent assistance or relocation assistance or some other sort of stabilization assistance. And the City Council and the Board of County Commissioners have made a policy decision prior to the joint office, but also in creating the joint office, that where the city and the county are spending their money when it comes to rent assistance and housing stabilization and placement services, that it should go to the most vulnerable individuals and families in the community, which are people that are homeless, as well as people who are at risk of homelessness. So the four major service categories in the Joint Office of Homeless Services are short-term rent assistance, which last fiscal year served 5,000 individuals. Permanent supportive housing served 4,600 individuals. Transitional housing serving 1,500 individuals. And then shelter, which I think is less relevant to the residential infill directly, and that was 8,100 individuals. And I checked on the numbers before I came here, and there's several thousand individuals or households waiting in the queue for, it's called coordinated access, but essentially that have gone through one of the service contractors of the joint office, waiting for some sort of permanent housing placement or housing assistance services. So in total, about 20,000 people served each year in services that would roughly relate to anti-displacement and stabilization, with thousands in the queue to wait. The next program area is our homeownership and homeowner stabilization programs. And these are things, home repair grants, home repair loans, lead remediation, SDC exemptions, homeownership tax credits, things like that. I think the big thing I would say about this one is, we serve maybe 800 people a year, which is 1/10 of 1% of all homeowners. So I don't have a need for the number of people seeking these sorts of services, but only to say that I think the services are valuable. They definitely help a lot of households across the city, but they are a small percentage of our overall housing stock. And then the last one, and I'll end there, is the newly established Rental Services Office. And this is the office that is responsible for local landlord-tenant law and providing technical assistance to the public, and is the administrative entity for the city's relocation assistance exemption program. And so in addition to that, we also contract out with community organizations for primarily education and training services around landlord-tenant law and fair housing law. And we also contract out for legal services. So both fair housing and landlord-tenant legal representation and enforcement. And the numbers on that, each year we are in education and training through our contracts serving about 2,000 people. And then through direct service, legal representation, it's around 500 individuals per year. And it's hard to estimate the need, but I would say that there are about 55 to 60,000 renter households in the city that earn less than 60% of the median income. And that's who is eligible for our programs through the Rental Services Office, is anyone below 60% that is in need of education or legal services. And so in our conversations with our contractors, the need that they have, the demand they have, far exceeds the number of attorneys, the number of trainers or technical assistance providers they have on staff. So it's just kind of a brief overview, just to give a sense of there is a lot of displacement in these spaces. There are a lot of services, but there's also a lot of need. So with that, I'm happy to try and answer questions.
Thanks, Matt. Questions for Matt? Go ahead, Teresa.
Thank you. So on the home repair sort of stabilization stuff, do you guys also do some counseling? Because one of the areas that we were looking at is people not getting taken advantage of in terms of selling their house for pennies to somebody who's going to build something there. Is that included?
We fund, so the providers that we fund do some counseling services. It is traditionally around getting mortgage ready, not around estate planning, or even just individual sales. That has come up as a service need before. Our homeownership programs are primarily funded with tax increment financing, so they're primarily in Lents and Interstate. It's a need we've heard, but it's not something we're substantially funding at this time.
Other questions? Andre?
So, I mean, one thing are you asking, I mean, RIP, as I understand it, the rental assistance will not affect RIP because we're 4 units and under for RIP.
The relocation assistance.
Relocation assistance will not affect it because we're all 4 units and under, is that correct?
The state relocation assistance requirements are for landlords who own, they're exempt if they own 4 or fewer units.
We're 4 units or less under RIP.
Potentially, unless the landlord owns multiple sites, which is, there's a lot of folks who own multiple sites and they would own 4 4-unit sites and they would not be exempt from relocation assistance.
Okay.
They are not. That's one of the things that we are looking at, which I don't want to be candid about, in reconciling city relocation assistance. There's not an exemption for, there used to be a single unit exemption for city relocation assistance that was eliminated in favor of the 12 situation specific exemptions. So there is not a exemption from city relocation assistance based on the number of units a landlord owns. That being said, we do have to do a reconciliation because when this bill goes into effect, there's some areas where state statute will not perfectly align with city code. And that will be a decision council will make.
The other side is, for the services that you did list, are you asking for more money because a RIP is coming, or are you just trying to keep up with the current demand?
So, the Housing Bureau would never turn away resources for the program.
Well, I know, but
specifically,
in terms
yes.
of anticipation,
So we're working with BPS on an anti-displacement budget ask in there. The joint office is asking for more funding for their rent assistance and their housing placement services. The rental services office for legal representation, we're asking for additional funding. So yeah, we in our request budget this year, we have asked for funding beyond our base level of service. It's too early to tell whether or not we'll come out of the budget process with the current service level or increased resources.
And then you were sitting here when Tyler was giving his presentation, and you said 1 in 4 are burdened at 50% and
Yes.
above renters. Would you say that those areas that he identified in the blue are probably the areas where that 1 in 4 or have you mapped it? I mean, East Portland.
Yeah. I think it's communities of color are disproportionately concentrated in East Portland. The median household income for Latinos, for instance, is $40,000 per year. And at some of the current single family rental rates he cited, that's about a 50% of your income toward rent. So it seems to make sense, just off the top of my head. Yeah, but I think the thing that I would emphasize is it's, the Housing Bureau's supportive of RIP. It's not, I don't think it's the situation that communities of color who are renters are facing now. Renters are disproportionately communities of color, and communities of color are disproportionately low income, particularly the Native American community and the African American community, followed by the Latino community. And they're paying these rental rates right now. And it sounds like the rents would be similar under RIP, and so they would continue to pay rents, but there would be more production across the city in areas where that are currently single family zoned.
So I just gotta. The Housing Bureau is supportive of the displacement. I mean, the 73, but they're also, I guess, the policy is not to fund. You said the policy is not to fund that level of housing assistance, because we're going to fund at 0 to 30 versus 60%, 40, 60, 50, up to that level. I mean, it just seems that I'm not understanding why the Housing Bureau would be supportive of something that's going to put more pressure on them to provide more services
So
from
my,
displacement.
I mean, well, one, my understanding is that the net displacement compared to the current zoning is less, based on my read of the report. I'm not sure that answers your question. As far as the resource allocation, I would say that City Council has determined that where the rent assistance goes is primarily to city-funded rent assistance to the Joint Office of Homeless Services. What I would say is that communities of color are disproportionately represented in the homeless family and homeless individual systems. You know, roughly 30% AMI, which is where a lot of the rent assistance is going, is pretty close to the median income for African American households in Portland and Native American households in Portland.
But the issue of you're okay with displacement as a Housing Bureau policy if the net is there.
No, the Housing Bureau is not okay with displacement.
You are, because you're saying you're okay with RIP, and RIP is having displacement. The net is.
I think that would be like saying the Housing Bureau is okay with the current zoning or the displacement happening under the current zoning. So, I mean, the Housing Bureau is not okay with displacement, and we're doing everything we can to stop displacement. And again, my understanding of the analysis, and I could be wrong, is that there's less displacement. The analysis shows that there's less displacement with the zoning proposal versus the existing zoning. So I think, I guess I'm having trouble following. I feel like the question would also be like, could be framed as, is the Housing Bureau okay with displacement happening by leaving the zoning the same? And no, we're not we don't want displacement under any scenario, but we want to try and do everything we can to reduce the displacement through either landlord-tenant law, zoning code requirements for redevelopment, or programs and services that we can increase our funding for.
So not to put words in your mouth, Matt, but in general, you're supportive of reducing displacement.
Yeah, I think that's a good summary.
I think there's a. Yeah, I didn't have to even say in general. You are. I could just outright say it.
Yes, we're supportive of reducing displacement.
I don't know that Matt's giving an opinion necessarily per se on RIP. It's just as he's saying it is reducing displacement, and
my read of the report.
You support reducing displacement.
Yeah.
I'm not just. I'm not targeting you. I'm looking at the housing policy and the city's policy, not your personal policy. I think we're all against displacement. It's that there are 73 households that will be displaced in 20 years. You can call it small, you can say whatever you want, but those are individuals and there's some communities that are going to be displaced. And I don't see council, the Housing Bureau, anybody, even this commission, running out and telling 73 households, hey, you're gone for sure. And that is the concern I have, that the Bureau, not you, the Bureau is endorsing these 73 displacements. And that's
I wouldn't, well, Commissioner, I wouldn't characterize it that way personally, but again, my understanding is that there's, in the analysis, that there's more displacement under the current. So if we're choosing between more net displacement or less, we would advocate for less. I mean, I'm under no illusion that displacement is not going to be happening by 2030. Thousands of people are being displaced every year, thousands of households. So anywhere, from my personal perspective, anywhere at the margins that we can start to reduce that, whether it's through services, whether it's through landlord-tenant law, whether it's through zoning and land use, I think all of the approaches that we're taking can help. So, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the analysis, but I thought that there would be, if you compare the current zoning with the proposal,
We have the slide.
on net,
Tyler.
there's
I haven't
less
put up the slide. So
under the
So
proposal.
I
can
don't want to
I
belabor this.
Yeah, Andre, can I interject just kind of to the agenda? The next, I think this segues well into the next topic on our agenda, which is kind of why, if it's okay, I'd like to move to it. Well, I have a cheat sheet, guys. So I think the next kind of piece of what we wanted to get at is our charge, and what are we addressing? So it's kind of what you're poking at here, I think, Andre, which is why I thought it was a great segue. Is we're having a conversation about overall city net displacement, and obviously a conversation about certain areas of the city that it is showing that are going to see an increase in displacement. And so I think we need to grapple with what that means, Andre, which is exactly what you're asking about.
Yeah, and I think what was really instrumental in having Matt describe the Housing Bureau's programs and services and sort of the existing need is to put this question in a little more perspective. And, I think most of the commission is aware of the situation, the housing situation out there and the pressure on our vulnerable communities. But part of the problem with this analysis when we get so myopic and focusing on the 83 households is we run the risk of losing the bigger picture. So I think that was helpful in terms of framing the overall issue. But I think the next step for us in the sort of getting to our charge is honing in on what the impacts of this project are specifically and what can we do about it.
Eli, Teresa, Katie.
Thanks. I think that what I drew from the analysis is that displacement is rampant in Portland. Under RIP, the total amount of displacement would decrease. Even if it's decreased, it's still going to totally outmatch the resources the Housing Bureau has to address it. But if there's 83 households who are more likely to be displaced under RIP in certain neighborhoods, in other neighborhoods there's many fewer households being displaced by RIP, then that would allow, with the resources stretched as they are, more of a chance of serving those 83 households, is my read. You can tell me if I'm wrong on that. I feel like under RIP, I think you've made a good point, Commissioner Ball, about the, if you have a plex because someone really afford to live in there in the neighborhood at some median family income. Well, one, if the person's already been displaced, fair point, which I think staff already brought up. But the odds of being able to afford a unit in a triplex or fourplex is a lot higher than a single family house built in the same lot. And we heard as we were going, it's getting to be 10 months ago, so I'm rusty on the testimony, but we heard a lot of testimony from community or organizations that provide affordable housing in communities of colors, like Hacienda PCRI, Rose CDC, Portland Housing Center, Proud Ground, generally supporting us to go broad in terms of housing choices and broad in geographic area, which has influenced us to make these options available more broadly than staff originally brought it to us. I'm sure those organizations, since there's been new analysis done, will be back at City Council to weigh in again. But I felt like the testimony we received from the nonprofit sector and from communities of color, including serving these very areas we're talking about, tended to support having these housing options available. And I know they partner with the Portland Housing Bureau in providing affordable housing that's regulated. And I'm sure that they will come back to speak again. But it also is intriguing to me, just since I'm going through a couple notes, is that the city has invited the Planning Sustainability Commission to be part of sort of a convening body for anti-displacement program, which is a neat charge. It sort of extends beyond Title 33. But it's an intriguing idea, and I think that is the challenge to come up. But I think that the data we've seen means that as outmatched as the city is for resources for affordable housing, RIP might allow us to focus those energies on areas that are where displacement is the worst.
So, Teresa and Katie, I'd love to give you an opportunity to ask questions and not necessarily go into deliberation. Do you have questions to ask? Okay, thank you.
So, Matt, when we looked at Tyler's analysis and he had some demographic breakdowns in there, I was just wondering if that sort of fits with your on-the-ground experience where we're seeing the high Latino and Asian populations?
Yes.
Okay. And then also, this is not a question, but I'll just say it, is if perhaps there are different cultural approaches to those segments of the displaced population versus just one sort of standard approach in terms of how you help people figure out a very personal thing, which is housing.
Yeah, we traditionally contract for culturally specific service with culturally specific providers.
Katie?
So it's great to have somebody testifying before us that has a lot of experience with programs for mitigation. So I wanted to ask, after you, I'm sure you've looked at RIP and you've seen the analysis and everything. What if you didn't have to sharpen your pencil and cost it all out and work it into your budget? Just what would you advise? Like if the city had the money to do it, what kinds of programs would you put in? Would they be the same ones that you have right now, or would you put something else in? Or did you read it and go, gee, I wonder what's going to happen to these people? How would we serve them? Did anything new come to mind, or anything more focused? The other part of the question is, it looks like there's like 3 areas of the city that are most affected. So if you've got an area like that, how would the housing department best serve, a smaller geographic area like that?
Well, I think to the first question, assuming that the households are renters, and that's my understanding of the analysis is that they're renters.
Yes.
Assuming that they're renters, if through landlord-tenant law or land use and zoning code, if that can't prevent them from being displaced, they're going to be seeking new affordable housing, and preferably in the neighborhood that they're in, and probably some amount of financial assistance to facilitate that move or facilitate that transition. And so in that, I think we have good programming. It would just be a matter of scaling the programming up. If someone's particular circumstance would allow them to be stabilized with current land use and landlord-tenant law or land use and zoning rules and requirements, I think because of the complexity of both of those sets of rules, it would be about making sure that they get the education, assistance, and legal assistance. And again, I think we have those services, and it would be a matter of scaling them up. I think there's probably always additional culturally specific, community-specific services that we could be looking at. I think some of the conversations that we've had around estate planning on the homeownership side, or just a better understanding of value. Some of the things we saw in Southwest were people flyering people's homes about sell us your home now, and people understanding what's appropriate pricing on the homeownership side. But I think generally we've got the right services on the rental side, and it would just be a matter of scaling them up and coordinating and working with culturally specific communities. I don't remember your second question.
Well, the second question was more like, they've narrowed it down now to 3 small areas of the city, or 3 areas of the city. So a smaller
yeah, that's right.
subset of the city of Portland. And so it seems like mitigation would be easier that way. But maybe you could tell me whether that's true or not.
We've got our North and Northeast housing strategy, and I think that is fairly successful. It's not without challenges because we're just dealing with a lot of historic racism and discrimination and displacement and market issues. But in general, I think that's a pretty good example of pairing a discrete allocation of resources and working with a community to put programs in place. And so I'd say we'd probably want to take a similar approach. It does require an allocation of resources. I think that to really have a substantive impact, what made that process valuable was we had a $20 million allocation of funds from the mayor that has grown to close to $70 million because we've put other sources of funds into that strategy and then built programs around it, looking at a specific geography. And I think that would be the approach we would want to take.
Okay.
If we had certain very specific areas that we needed to try and accomplish a policy goal.
So the Northeast strategy, when did that start? I mean, was that was after a lot of the displacement that happened in the inner Northeast, right?
It was.
Or was it happening?
It was well after and during. I guess I don't mean the timing as much as I mean the upfront allocation of funds earmarked for programming, and then the process to determine the programs and services.
Do you know when that earmark was done?
It was before I was with the city, but I recalled, I think it was 2013 or 2014, and then the planning process was through 2014, and the strategy was adopted by City Council in January of 2015.
Okay.
It was about a year and a half.
It hasn't been in effect for that long. Okay.
No. So, and again, we would want to do that immediately. It's just having the upfront allocation, not already earmarked to existing programs, is very helpful to go through a meaningful program planning process with the community.
Right. Okay. So that's really helpful. Thank you.
Mike, did you have questions?
Yeah, getting back to programs outside of your own budget, I'm wondering if there are plans to try to up the capacity of groups like the Portland Housing Center and Rose CDC and these other groups that can provide a lot of services. Additional funding.
I didn't bring the numbers with me. Now that I wish that I had. There's the governor's budget. A lot of these organizations also get substantial funding from the state, and the governor's budget, currently being deliberated in the legislature, has a fairly significant increase in capital funding for affordable housing development, as well as some permanent supportive housing development, so trying to address some folks with some chronic homelessness issues, as well as allocations of funds for increased allocations of funds for some of the home ownership organizations, and then anti-displacement. The line item, I think it was $20 million. Don't quote me on this, but $20 million for anti-displacement and tenant protections services, and then it's $50-60 million on the capital side, at least, for new affordable units. So I think that's a source of funds. They also partner, I know, with philanthropy and businesses. So I know that they're actively trying to grow those resources. But our budget and the state budget will be a big factor in whether or not we see an increase in scale of services next fiscal year.
Okay, Sandra, how would you like to proceed?
Well, we have Matt here as a resource, which is, I think, great. And what we had discussed at the officers briefing is just having a conversation based on your questions. I think it's evident that you're struggling with how to approach this issue. We've received a lot of information and we're trying to learn from it. But what is our charge for this project in particular? When we talk about the 3 neighborhoods specifically, I think one of the things that was a light bulb that went up for us when we called Matt to come today was that the Housing Bureau is looking at a bigger umbrella citywide. And here we are just looking at a piece of it for this project. When you have other projects come forward, other areas might be illuminated as increasing displacement risk in those other areas. And we don't know what those are because those projects haven't come forward to you yet. So I think one of the questions is, what is our geographic responsibility for this project? Are we trying to advance something, or what are our thoughts about citywide versus the 3 neighborhoods that this project will increase the displacement risk for? Are we trying to ensure that people of color aren't disproportionately impacted? And that was the data that that Tyler shared with you today. So is that what we're trying to get at? Are we, and I think along the lines of what Commissioner Schultz was saying, is it really about trying to retain community? And so are we trying to ensure that households that are displaced, that the new units being created by residential infill are at a price point where those displaced households can move into? Is that the angle we're trying to take with this? Or are we trying to ensure that low-income homeowners are able to take advantage of these opportunities for these increased housing options in the neighborhood? Those were some of the things that we heard last time around, and we've been grappling with ourselves about which one of these are you collectively trying to explore and advance solutions for.
Yes, Joe.
Yeah, and just to build on that, maybe the threshold is we've taken a look at what we think the benefits are in terms of increasing the housing supply through RIP and increasing the housing supply in smaller units, and so that creates this version of a middle housing niche that's a less expensive unit and greater variety in more places. And that's what the reports documented, and that's what the first round of the anti-displacement work has documented. The second round, where we drill in more specifically, shows that we can't identify a disproportionate impact on households of color. We have a few census tracts based on our modeling that seem to be going to see more development of these units, therefore more displacement. All of this is in the context of the whole city's ending up with more units and more smaller units in more locations. So is that sufficient for a finding to have the commission support RIP moving forward as an approach? And is there a finding also that mitigation like Matt has presented that we already have citywide needs to be developed and focused for these higher impact areas? That's sort of, I think, the place that the analysis has taken us. And that's enough to move forward, and we would continue to work on what the specific place-based language goes in the plan and in the letter. But RIP itself, the finding is, increases more housing, it doesn't have a disproportionate impact. It's in a context where displacement is taking place, but overall improves that situation. I think that's what we believe the analysis is showing. And if the commission is there, then we can move on to more of the amendments and keep going.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of a quick way to kind of have this conversation for all of us. And maybe I'll just lead the charge with kind of a summary of my thoughts and where I'm at, and we'll just kind of go around. A little bit being, so in general, I feel that the fact that there's citywide net decrease in displacement is a positive reason to move forward with where we're at today. The fact that we've identified certain communities, like you said, or census tracts to be aware of, I find I guess I'm glad we've done that analysis so that we can work on that, is what I was going to try to say. And would like to think through how do we encourage, and I don't know that it's happening through land use code, but other ways of making sure that, and Matt, I guess maybe poking out a little bit, that we're shifting perhaps funds that, since we've got a net displacement in other parts of the city, that those funds that, and I know it's not a true shift because you don't have enough funds in general, but that kind of go to focus correctly on those neighborhoods as a result of this. So it's, I guess in general, we're doing good, therefore move forward, but let's not lose track of those communities, and what can we kind of put out there as a way to encourage work to be done that's community specific or neighborhood specific. That's just kind of my general take on it. So it's more about mitigation and how we tackle that than it is about re-tackling where we're at with RIP that we've put forth today. So I guess let's just go around the horn. We can go ahead and come around this way.
Well, I'm not going to repeat what you just said because I agree with that. And I think that as we look at the mitigation measures, we should overlay this project with Better Housing by Design, because that might show different areas or maybe the same areas. And that'll give us information, because I think it would be totally fair game for us to suggest a focus on a certain part of the city. But a lot of those areas that are zoned, whether benefiting or not benefiting from RIP compared to the status quo, have a lot of multi-dwelling zoning in them. So I want to see those together. But all the other stuff I agree with. Thanks.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with the chair's comments. I don't think there's enough tangible data for us to consider anything different on RIP. I suggest we move forward and get back to the basics of RIP and recognize there's a lot of city actions, zoning and otherwise, that may or may not have some impacts on different neighborhoods' displacement problems. But I think, again, I don't see a role in RIP to try to tackle it in any way. So I would hope we can move on, feel comfortable that what we're doing with RIP is not having a tangible negative impact on an existing displacement problem.
Well, it's very unsatisfying, is all I can say. What I really think, and we've explored a lot of things with RIP, and there are some improvements in the quantity of homes that will be available. What I see just through the work that we've done, I think that a piece is really missing or has very little focus, which is helping existing homeowners stay in their homes, the low-income homeowners, whether it's by taking advantage of RIP opportunities or just understanding what values they have there. Because if we can help people before they are homeless or don't have a place to live, I think that's most satisfying to everyone on the first round. So I just think that we just need to make sure that we do some recommendations that will help in an area that to me seems to be lacking, and maybe there's something there and I just don't know enough.
Well, I agree with the chair and with Eli, and I think we need to move forward.
So this seems like a moral philosophy problem. You know, we clearly don't have the granularity to be able to say, you know, this given household or that given individual is going to be displaced. We're talking about probabilities. And we have a situation here where we can say we're decreasing the probability of displacement broadly across the city. That's a good thing. We can also say we are increasing the probability for a set of people in a few geographic locations, and that's uncomfortable, right? But I think, you know, Andre has correctly asked the question, does that produce a disparate impact against, you know, any particular community that we're charged with not producing disparate impacts for? And I think I've heard the answer that no, the burdens and the benefits are broadly distributed across racial and ethnic groups. So that's somewhat reassuring. You know, I think we'd still love to be able to say we're not picking any particular group and say you're going to suffer for the greater good, but you know, we are picking a geographic area and saying you're going to suffer for the greater good. Uncomfortable, but I think still necessary to move forward for the greater good. You know, then the temptation, of course, is to ask the Housing Bureau, you know, can you go help out these people that we've just aimed an effect at? And if you can, that's great. I also appreciate that you're balancing impacts of a far greater magnitude than the few hundred households that we're talking about here, and those other factors may swamp the effect of, you know, of what we're doing here. So if you make choices not to, you know, to respond to our request to, you know, try and offset a little bit of what we're doing, you know, that's not within our ability to control, and I recognize you guys are the experts, so I'd sort of make the request, but you know, have low expectations for the outcome, I guess. That's sort of how I analyze this.
So, yeah, I just disappointing. I think first, RIP is agreeing to displace minorities as part of a policy for creation of additional opportunities. So we're saying we're going to create all these new units. They may not be affordable, but they're new units. And the general good of more units, it's okay to displace a few for this general good. My concern with that kind of policy is that if 83 is good today, is 1,000 good tomorrow, is 10,000 good, is 1 million, 6 million, you can make an argument for displacing the whole population of Portland of minorities because of this policy today, because there's a greater good and a few are going to be displaced. by my calculation, one is too many. We in Portland have taken on disparities, hate, crimes, a lot of things, and said one is too many. But today, as a planning commission, we are not willing to go there. Institutional racism is defined as racial discrimination that has become established as a normal behavior of society. This is becoming normal behavior for us as this bureau to say, we're okay with displacement and we're going to try to find mitigation that is not funded today, that we can't get to these people. One, I mean, the numbers are just not there to get to that amount of people. We have factors that we're putting in place that other policies are going to come before us today and say, it's okay because we did it at RIP, we can do it in other policies. We should be saying, how do we limit or restrict? We don't have to do it in all the city. We do not have to place RIP in all the city. We can place it in places where it fixes that overflow problem and reduces the values in these outer neighborhoods, in the blue areas. And that is a viable alternative. But we're willing to go ahead and say we have this greater good. The greater good is not good if there's a loss. And we can say it's better than the comp plan. Well, saying something's better than something that's bad is not a rational decision to me. We have just taken this RIP and made it an arrow of displacement for minorities in the single family dwelling homes. We're going to just, to say that they're going to move into, Latinos are going to move into a $1,600 unit. You look at the experience in Northeast Portland and the discrimination and the racism and all the things of trying to get people to stay in those neighborhoods with a lot of money. It was very hard and not successful all the time. And now you're going to go out and society hasn't changed that much and you're going to try to do it again. We're hoping for a whole lot and we're asking people to trust that this equity policy and our trust in the Housing Bureau and our trust that council is going to change their policies is going to help and protect these people. To me, we've taken the equity lens and blindfolded that person or that idea so they can't see this displacement. We've gagged her so she can't cry out and say, this is wrong. And we've covered her ears so she can't hear the pleas of the people we're going to displace. We really have just gagged and covered up equity, and we're going to move forward with the policy of there's a greater good. And this greater good is setting a precedent that is uncomfortable for me. It just is uncomfortable to say there's a greater good and people will get hurt because it is people. It is those people support businesses, culturally support businesses, and those businesses are the unintended consequences that disappear. And when you look at Northeast Portland, when the African Americans left, the businesses left because they're not supported by the people that come in. And so you get the culture change, and that just drives the greater gentrification and displacement. We can say it's a small number, but it's a small number that snowballs and drives the populations. And I just can't sit here and say we can't do anything but mitigation, because mitigation today is underfunded, overwhelmed, and to say we're going to take 96% of the population or the land of Portland and put this on and hope for mitigation to save major swaths of the city, that's not good.
Thank you, Andre. I see it differently. I started out very conservative on this project. I was kind of wanting it to be just a few units on each lot, and what has changed my mind a lot is the analysis, and I am also frustrated by the fact that as a planning commission, we only get to change part of the system. The whole system includes, housing and all these other the mitigation projects. We don't get to, as a planning commission, we don't get to say, that's what the city council gets to do, or not do, is say how much money or how many innovative programs can go to do the mitigation and support. All we have control over is this project here, and we can ask for the mitigation, and we can put it very strongly. And I think that we will be doing that, but we still don't have control of the mitigation, and I regret that too. But I feel that that the analysis is really, I don't feel that it is focused on any particular group. It does have some geographic boundaries that are kind of like warning signs that these areas are going to need more help. And so I basically am agreeing with what's been said before. I do want to also say that, Teresa, I agree with you about that so far we're not seeing anybody mentioning any particular programs to support homeowners in redeveloping their property so that they can stay in their homes. And I think that's really important.
I'm really tired, so I don't know if what I'll say will be entirely coherent. I'm in grad school, and this is week 8 out of 10, so that's just kind of where I'm at. I want to say, like Teresa said, I'm also, first of all, thank you to staff and the commission for working on this for so long. I've only been part of this process since September. I do want to say, overall, it's a bit overwhelming or underwhelming given the gravity of our housing crisis and the folks who are most impacted by it, and that this will have only a marginal benefit, if at all. I also want to acknowledge that though the data analysis and modeling is slightly hopeful, and I know it's the best we have, but data analysis and modeling is very, it's imperfect. And given that, I'm afraid, and I just have an inkling and an intuition that there is still quite a bit that that we don't know, that there might still be a lot of unintended consequences to vulnerable communities, just given the history of planning and the history of zoning. So I just want to acknowledge that. And also just, I don't know, the rents under RIP, given the modeling, seem kind of low. That's just my instinct. And I think I'll keep it to that for now.
Okay. Sandra.
So thank you for your commissioners for your thoughts, very coherent thoughts from everyone. I know this is a lot of information, and when we started thinking about this, and as we said, this is a new comprehensive plan policy. It's a new analysis that Tyler and our colleagues have developed. We've tried to share as much data and be transparent with you as possible. I think we'll have more to come in the coming, months and years with different projects as we hone in on how to do this better, and to arrive hopefully at policy decisions that we can all feel comfortable with and feel like we're moving forward. So what I heard is what Commissioner Schultz was saying is that given this analysis, that the commission is pretty ready to move forward into the amendments and get back to our other lane, which was the zoning code amendment lane of work. And we're prepared to do that right now. We have about 20 minutes. And we've heard from different commissioners on their proposed amendments. There are 11, and we sent that in the package. We don't need to be voting on these today. We don't have amendment language. I guess with the limited amount of time that we have, I would suggest that we look at a subset of these, and then we can work with individual commissioners to write up amendments for our next time for the ones that we don't feel like we need to discuss today. And then you can move them and second and vote on them next week. But there would be 4 that we would like to get straw polls or a discussion on today, if that's possible. And those are number 2, number 3, number 5, and number 6.
Is there a preference of order in that we're running out of time?
No, I would say 2, 3, 5, 6 in order.
Okay.
One other heads up. So as you review these amendments, if you see something that doesn't look like you were proposing, please let us know.
We'll get there.
Like number 3.
Yes.
Yes. That's why I added number 3.
We'll get to you,
So
Chris.
I'm happy to speed things along by withdrawing number 2 if no one else in the commission believes that's an issue.
I would say I agree with number 2 in principle, but I'm happy to have it withdrawn. Maybe it'll come up later in years future.
I would support it though, Chris, if you care to. Just so you know, there's support for it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, so
Okay.
All right.
number 2.
On to number 3. So this amendment is really about addressing the relative size of the accessory dwelling unit in the situation where you've got a duplex on the lot and you're building a detached ADU. The amendment that we crafted for the worksheet was, at least in the existing proposal, the size of the ADU is dependent on the smaller of the 2 units in the duplex, and that was to ensure that the ADU wouldn't be larger than one of the primary units in the duplex. We've heard from Commissioner Smith that we miswrote that one, so he'd actually like to change it so the basis of the size of the ADU is more dependent on the size of the structure that the duplex is in, not the units within the duplex. And maybe words about that.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, my understanding of the reason why we have the percentage limit on ADUs relative to single-family homes today is the visually which structure is predominant. And it seems to me that it's whether I put an internal wall in the middle of that structure or not, it doesn't change the visual perspective from the street. And regulating the ADU size relative to the smaller of an internal unit that nobody can see how big that internal unit is doesn't make a lot of sense, and could, particularly for existing small homes that might be subdivided, would result in smaller ADUs, which is contrary to our policy goals of getting more units. So I'd like to see the ADU, the percentage part of the ADU limits stay relative to the primary structure.
So the position from staff, the first proposal that we wrote up, the amendment, we were supportive of that change. We have concerns about the proposal to base it on the structure size, and it gets a little bit into the weeds, and I apologize in advance for that, and I'll try to do this pretty quickly, but the mass, the scale issue is part of it. So having a smaller accessory sort of subordinate structure size to the primary structure is one part of that. Where we start to struggle is when we say ADU, there's an important letter in that, which is the accessory part of that. So when we're talking about a dwelling unit that's accessory to something, when we have the potential that the accessory dwelling unit could be larger than the primary units in the duplex, we get into the sort of existential problem, definitional problem. And I think it's a little bit related to what is an ADU really, and maybe it's not an ADU at all, but just another dwelling unit.
So I guess I'd challenge you to tell me what comp plan policy that distinction would serve.
Well, it's reflected in a couple things. It's reflected in the existing definitions in the accessory dwelling units in the comp plan. It's the fact that we make this distinction about accessory dwelling units. In the past, when they were first initiated, when we first had ADUs, they were about basically taking one household and breaking it up into two units, two structures, or two units, and they could all be in the same primary structure. We've changed the regulations over time to make them more flexible, increase their size, increase the proportionate amount of size. They were restricted both in tenure. That one of the units had to be owner occupied. Now that's moved away. They were limited to internal ADUs. We've allowed for detached ADUs. Now we've entered in this sort of new paradigm with the residential infill, where we've got 2 ADUs, so multiple ADUs on a site with a house, or an ADU with the duplex, and now we've got this sort of relational problem. True, the comp plan is looking for housing options, so that's good. ADUs are good, and it also promotes ADUs in several of the policies. But sort of getting to this question of what is this thing that we're trying to address, and how is it regulated? It's hard to communicate, but it's a challenge when we're trying to codify what this is and make distinctions between. When we were talking earlier in our conversations about having two ADUs inside the structure with a house, clearly we ran into the problem where that's just a triplex. Here we've got this sort of duplex with this thing beyond it, and typically we would have referred to that as multi-dwelling development. So now we've created this caveat. No, it's actually not multi-dwelling development. It's a duplex with this other unit on it. It's an ADU. It's subordinate in size. It's accessory to one of the units on the site. So when we lose that relationship, it's kind of it's a definitional sort of challenge for us.
And in the interest of disclosure, we are proposing a comprehensive plan amendment to strike the definition of ADUs, because in the comp plan, ADUs are defined as a second dwelling unit accessory to a house. We don't feel like we need that definition in the comp plan. We do need the definition in the zoning code, and it also talks about what we've struck in the second dwelling unit. We've said an additional dwelling unit, but it also says it's the smaller than the primary dwelling unit. If we strike the smaller, we're really left with a dwelling unit that happens to be smaller and has no relationship to the other dwelling units. I think that's where we get into what is this accessory dwelling unit. And we certainly know that between now and when we go to City Council, we'll need to talk to the bureaus about what they consider accessory dwelling units, because we've worked hard on all of us being on the same page and giving the development community one ADU program guide about what's allowed and what is considered an ADU when your SDCs are waived, et cetera. Along the lines of accessory, I think, and maybe this is just another evolution of this, when ADUs were first allowed, they had to be in an owner-occupied site. They were 33% of the size of the house. We increased that to 75% of, so it's much larger now. We are allowing 2 different households to live there. With this proposal, and there's of course more ADUs on site. So at a certain point, you're wondering, are these just units?
Yeah.
Or are these just?
Well, they're an accessory structure that has a dwelling unit in it.
I have a question that
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a hard time tracking you, and I think I finally figured out why. When you talk about a house with 2 ADUs, is that a house with like a unit in the basement?
Yeah.
And then
Could be.
But could that not also be a duplex?
It could be. Yeah. So we didn't want to bring all the math to you guys.
And that's where I was getting lost. I'm like, to me, that's a duplex.
Right. So when you've got a house and it's got an ADU inside the house, as long as that other unit doesn't go beyond 75% or 800 square feet, it's the most Logical application or proposal for a homeowner would be creating a house with an ADU because you forego SDC charges. There's some other implications permitting wise. Once it goes beyond 800 square feet or that 75% threshold, then you're forced into calling it a duplex. But that's really the only distinction we have between a house with an internal ADU and a duplex.
Got it. Okay, Teresa.
So could you build a new primary unit that's bigger than those other two, call those the ADUs, and then have the big thing in the back?
I'm not tracking where all the structures
No.
are, but
So basically what you would do is you have a duplex or something on the property and you want to build a third building that's as big as the duplex or something, both sides of the duplex. So you just build the new one and then you make those two your ADU to the new thing that you just built.
The new thing becomes a primary unit.
that has happened. I mean, we've had small houses, 800 square foot houses that have built at least a 1,066 square foot house in front of it. And they just call the existing house the ADU. So
it would
some
allow
variation on that theme.
Yeah, so I mean, it's allowed. It's just not going to be called an ADU. It's going to be the new primary residence. You're going to pay for it.
It's kind of a workaround to solve Chris's issue, if I'm tracking what you're proposing here. So instead
I think that what Teresa's saying is you can do that under today's code.
Yeah, right.
You already can take an existing small house and make it the ADU if a new house to be built. To really go with Chris's thing, logically, you'd say that the 800 square foot house is the primary house, and you have two 600 square foot attached ADUs, which I don't think you could quite do under this code.
That you could do. So there's another sort of twist to this challenge, which is if we make the relationship between the primary structure and the accessory structure, and we, for the purposes of duplex, so the duplex and is the accessory structure to the duplex is 75% of the duplex size. And we take that logic and apply it to the house with two detached ADUs. The two detached ADUs would then also be limited to 75% of the primary structure size. So there's a potential implication, depending on how that all works out, math-wise, unit sizes and primary structure sizes and so forth, that you may end up decreasing the size allowed for the detached ADUs when they're two proposed with a house.
Can I make a call? I think that it is a existential question, and I think that I agree in principle with what Commissioner Smith is proposing. I mean, I think that he's sort of taking the natural extension of this project to say, this is a form-based code. What matters is how big the thing is and what's behind it. And I think what we're doing is we're running into the RIP doesn't quite get us there. And there's some other examples where it doesn't quite get us there also. I mean, but I guess if it creates enough like angst in definitions for where we are today, then I would go back to supporting what staff originally proposed in here of just making it smaller than the main note thing, saying that it's a project yet to come. I think that what will happen is in some number of years hence, we'll start saying it's kind of, what is it? You know, like the question you were just raising.
Mm-hmm.
I think the answer is actually pretty simple, but because they're just units, right? I mean, that's ultimately the answer is there's units within certain size structures, and behind it you can put a smaller structure, and from the outside it looks just like a structure with a smaller structure. I mean, I think that's ultimately what it gets to, but I guess I'm hearing that there's some difficulty beyond just this one little amendment to get from here to there, and I'm okay with sort of saying the best we have right now is to find an ADU is smaller than the next biggest unit on site, and some of the, I mean, a single dwelling zone, we still call them single dwelling zones, right? Yeah, it's not happening anymore, at least in some parts of the city, or even with ADUs, we haven't had it true for a long time. So anyway, I guess I'm inclined to say if staff's figured out that they've comfortably written things today to be smaller than the larger unit of a duplex, then I'm okay with that. I think that the code should evolve to a direction that Chris outlined, where it's really more just the massing of the structures is what guides things.
Okay. Just looking at time.
One quick
go ahead, Jeff.
clarification. So, under what you're proposing, Morgan, it would be the larger or the smaller 75% of the larger duplex unit or 800 square feet, whichever is
Larger.
Larger.
What?
No, smaller.
Less. Sorry.
It's an 800-foot cap no matter what.
That's correct.
Right.
In the original proposal, in the proposal that we have before us, without the amendment, the relationship of that 800 square foot, 75% size limit was based on the smaller of the two units. So the problem that we were trying to address there is, so you have a 1,000 square foot unit and a 900 square foot unit. Why don't we just apply the ADU will still be accessory to the larger of the units, and we'll base it around the 1,000 square foot, not the 900 square foot. And with this change that we've crafted, it's not so important which of those two units it's accessory to. It's just still smaller than one of the two.
And is it 75, which 800 square foot or 700? It's a 1,000 square foot duplex unit. Is my ADU 800 square feet or 750 square feet?
750. It's the smaller of those
Smaller
two.
of the two. Got it.
Okay, so in the interest of time,
Yep.
just a quick, I don't think we got there.
No, that's fine. I think we'll noodle on that a little bit longer because this came up fairly recently. So we're trying to get our head around that issue. And we'll come back with some language.
Commissioner Smith's language. We'll work with Commissioner Smith on what.
I guess we'll work with Commissioner Smith. No, yeah. Yep.
Well, if we want to take a straw poll on whether it's worth pursuing the issue or not, I'm okay
I mean,
with that.
I would prefer that if we can
Yeah.
do that.
Okay.
Okay.
So, straw poll on basing on the on a percent of the structure size, which is really what you meant to propose, correct? So, if you agree that you should base the size of the detached ADU on a size percentage of the structure,
Not the unit.
not the unit.
With an 800-foot cap no matter what.
Oh, the 800-foot cap thing. That's interesting. Well, yeah. Okay, I'm going to keep my hand down. Yep, sorry. So you had 3 there.
Okay.
So no. And then the next amendment would be basing it on the size of the larger of the duplex units. And you guys are supportive of that? Yep. Yep. And it looks like you've got a majority there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience.
So we're at 8 o'clock. These guys would love to get some straw polls on 2 more items because they have to write code language. Okay. Thank you, Andre. Can anybody else stay?
Sure.
Okay.
I think these are easier.
Okay.
We'll find out.
So
Okay.
the next amendment is to
One of them's mine, so I
provide
gotta
an
stick around.
exception to the FAR maximums
ride.
when adding a detached ADU to sites with an existing large house. So the situation here is existing house is 3,500 square feet. It's above the maximum FAR. They've utilized all the FAR for their site and would like to do a detached ADU, and there's no flexibility for that.
Yes.
Okay. Chris or Eli, do you want to weigh in on this? Since you...
Eli, go for it.
I think staff convinced me. Well, it reminded me we did have this discussion before, and we decided that if we're going to really be focusing on massing, if there's a really large existing building, that it may not be able to get a detached ADU. It could still do an internal ADU, but not necessarily a detached one. There's not that many. I think that the number of older homes that are over 3,000 square feet, where this would start triggering rain, is not too big. And I think I'm okay. Actually, I'm not wed to this one. I'm okay dropping it. Just speaking for myself.
Chris?
And my rationale is simply that it's legal today. We're going to make it illegal tomorrow under a proposal that's supposed to be getting us more units, and we've just dropped the opportunity for a unit.
So do you want to put the...
I mean, I
do
guess
you want to go ahead and vote on it?
Sure, let's do a straw poll.
Okay. Eli, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I guess the balance is that we heard feedback from neighbors about how large homes are getting, and this would basically say you could have a really big home and do a detached ADU in addition to it, which would sort of take something non-conforming and make it even more non-conforming. And I hate the idea of reining in anyone's ability to do an ADU, but if it's part of some grand compromise where we can do more ADUs in certain situations, but not in the situation of existing really big house, then I'm okay taking that compromise.
And just to share the math on this, we'd basically be saying with this proposal that you get the 0.5 FAR, you get a bonus of 0.1 FAR because you're conserving the existing house, so you're at 0.6, and then you get to add 800 square foot ADU, which would add 0.16, so you're up to 0.86 FAR at the minimum. That's conforming, so you'd be even bigger than that.
Points for preserving the existing house? In this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
If you're adding units to an existing house, there's a 0.1 FAR for that.
Okay, well, that makes me feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
Not doing this because you get more bonus than I realized for preserving that existing house.
I'll withdraw.
Okay. 6.
All right. So this is Commissioner Bachrach's amendment to add an allowance for 250 square feet of additional space for a garage above the FAR max. Not challenging in terms of crafting the code necessarily, but the reason we're here to discuss this one is there's already built in, as Sandra mentioned, there's an escalating FAR system. So we have a structure of incentives that are built in for additional units. On top of that are bonuses for an affordable unit or adding units to an existing home. So this kind of creates a decision for us in how do we, where do we put this on par with those other FAR bonuses? Is it a choice between, is it sort of as important as those other bonuses? So you can either do more units or do the extra garage, or is it more important than those bonuses, meaning you get this on top of everything else?
I'll speak to it 'cause it was my idea. I mean, I look at the garage. We don't count the FAR of a basement. We don't count the FAR of portions of a attic. So to me, we've taken the size of a single family house and reduced it significantly over what's allowed today. And so we're just to use a standard 5,000 square foot lot in Portland, a single house. There's still a large demand for single houses. We've limited it to 2,500 square feet, and there's simply there's a market demand for a larger size single family house. It's a family size house for the middle class or upper middle class price point that can afford a larger family size house. There's a market demand for that, and we're really restricting that market demand. We're saying if you really want a new larger house, you're not going to be able to have it in Portland. And so my thinking on the garage is this is home buyers want a garage. That's still I know we prefer, it doesn't even necessarily impact your desire for a car or not, because I'll bet you more than I know my single family garage is filled with bikes and stuff. We've never gotten a car in it. So it's really not, I don't believe it's incentivizing more cars. I think it's recognizing there's still a market demand for a single family house that has a small garage. And we've gone a long way in restricting the size of single family houses in Portland. I think there's going to be criticism about it. I think there'll be families who will give up building their single family house in Portland. And so anyway, this is just a small accommodation to what I think is one of the more dramatic pieces of what we've done. We've shrunk the size of single family houses. And I think just allowing the garage that most buyers of a new house want to not cut the size of their house even smaller. So that was my thinking on it.
So, question, I'll take the framing a little bit away from garages because that's not my favorite topic, but if we ask generally, what does RIP say about accessory structures that are not dwelling units? Do they all count towards FAR? If I have a tool shed, does that count towards FAR?
Yes. Any building counts towards your FAR.
Okay.
And Mike, you use your storage shed, right, for your electric bike? Okay.
Yes. Consider also there's another amendment on the table that we haven't discussed regarding subsequent additions of 250 square feet every 5 years.
different topic. I'm talking about a new house.
No, I'm just in terms of keeping.
Well, we're not having a debate. We're asking the commission to debate it, Morgan. Thank you.
I see this as a really great workaround. I build a garage or a storage room today, and it's a bigger living room tomorrow. But
Or your ADU tomorrow.
In that
Small
case, you get a
ADU,
0.1 FAR bonus.
If it's an ADU, you can do it today.
exactly.
But you're not turning it into an ADU today. Today you've got 3 kids and you want to keep their bikes in there.
You convert your ADU to a garage next year.
And what's wrong with that? We want that.
I'm asking.
Not if you're going out of conformance with your FAR. Not if you're going out of conformance with your FAR.
Go ahead, Teresa.
So how does this overlay with the things we talked about with parking and curb cuts? Would you be able to get to your garage?
Yes, the proposals around garages and parking still provide for the ability to have a garage. In most cases, it's the fourplex where it gets challenging for the 4th unit.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, I think that I think this kind of provision would just support business as usual in the home building, and we heard a lot of feedback that there's concern about business as usual. And 2,500 square foot house, I think you're right. Most garages get used for storage and all sorts of things like that. They're notoriously converted into other uses. If it's going to be a dwelling unit, then make it a dwelling unit, and get your extra FAR bonus for doing it. And then you can't convert it back to a garage afterwards. It's a less expensive housing choice in that neighborhood. But I think that, this sort of gets to the question is what's our starting point? 2,500, 3,000, for homes. This just lifts it up higher, which decreases the likelihood people build those extra units that all this economic analysis has been based on. So I'd like to keep it down. I don't think 2,500 is too small. It's twice as big as a house from the 1950s. More, 2.5 times as big as a house in the 1950s. So I guess I'm inclined to keep our number where it is.
Any other questions, comments? If not, all in favor of the amendment, raise your hand, please. 2.
It's so cold out here. No, we'll cover that next time. Yeah.
Okay.
That's good for tonight. Thank you
very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everybody, for hanging out a little bit. With that, we're adjourned.
We will come back on March 12th for the vote. I believe we'll have these amendments ready.
It's at like 9 in the morning or 9:30?
No, the 12th is still your 12th.
It's still a regular one.
meeting.
Oh, okay.
Still regular.
It's if you need the 19th.
Okay.
Right. But I'm thinking we don't. I think the 12th, we can get through this.
Great. Thank you very much.
Great.
We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Can you just shut that computer?